Chapter 35. Part 1 Finale, Jialing Pass. There were two figures in the sky. One of them had 6 pairs of wings and held a light sword in each hand. She was a beautiful girl around 19 years old, but she was in a sorry state at the moment. The other figure was also a girl. She had purplish black hair and wore a purple dress. She held a sword in her right hand and had a huge blood-red wing on her back. It looked like a bat's wing. The two people, no, the two gods, terrifying aura suppressed the people below. The two gods were angel goddess Qianrenxue and demon goddess Lingyu. Why are they fighting? After Qianrenxue came back, she heard that Lingyu was also there, so she wanted to take revenge for that slash. In the end, she didn't expect Lingyu to become a god too. Moreover, her aura seemed to be stronger than the angel goddess. Damn it! Why? Why did I lose to Tang Yu and Tang San, and now I can't even defeat Tang Yu's disciple? Why? There's something wrong with your temperament, angel goddess. Lingyu laughed. She waved the sword in her right hand, and a crescent-shaped blood-red sword light rushed towards her. Holy light cross-slash. Qianrenxue was a god after all. She crossed her 2 light swords and slashed out again. An X-shaped sword light rushed out, and the 2 swords collided, shaking the heaven and earth. When the dust settled, Qianrenxue was shocked. Lingyu had disappeared. Above your head. Idiot. Lingyu's mocking voice came from above Qianrenxue's head. Qianrenxue looked up and saw Lingyu. Lingyu finally released her martial soul. 9 red and 1 gold soul ring appeared. The purple color on her body turned blood red. She stared straight at Qianrenxue, and a strange power appeared. Spirit of speech. Defeat. One of the 9th godly skills, spirit of speech. This was a terrifying godly skill. Even Tang Yu found this godly skill troublesome. However, the only flaw was that it could only be used once a day. When Qianrenxue heard this voice, her body suddenly swayed and fell to the ground. Boom! The angel fell. She fell. Everyone at Jialing Pass was shocked. The angel goddess Qianrenxue was defeated just like that. They looked at Ling Yu's terrifying blood-red appearance. She couldn't stop trembling. The master was so scary, but the disciple was also scary. 8 people appeared in the sky. Even the weakest among them was a titled battle pet warrior, Doloa. That's the vast blue king and the god of fate. And Shrek's 6 freaks as well. The celestial dipper side was shocked, then overjoyed. The 8 people were none other than Tang San, Tang Yu, and the 6 freaks. Tang San looked at Qianrenxue on the ground and then looked at Lingyu. Only then did he realize that Lingyu had defeated her. Then Tang San yelled at Jialing Pass, Poseidon Tang San is here. Who dares to fight me? His enormous divine sense descended from the sky like a wave, and the Heavendo Empire's army felt as if they were being showered with rain. Their spirits were instantly raised to their peak. Tang San intentionally announced his identity as the sea god, and his aura, which was already vast and majestic, was raised to its peak. I will do it, a weak voice sounded. Tang San was shocked. It was Qianrenxue, who had already gotten up. However, she was abnormally weak at this moment. Let's talk after you recover, Tang San said. Not long after, the angel goddess Qianrenxue was defeated by Tang San again. The battle was ignited in an instant, and the entire battlefield became heated up. Countless arrows rained down from the sky. To Soul Masters, a single volley of arrows wasn't much, but they couldn't withstand the continuous barrage of arrows that were fired at them without any difference in direction. It was very difficult to hurt them, but it was enough to harass them. Furthermore, more and more arrows fell into Jialing Pass. The unprepared soldiers of the Martial Soul Empire were immediately unlucky. A large number of soldiers fell like wheat being cut down. By the time they reorganized their formation to deal with the arrows falling from the sky, there were already a few thousand casualties. Poseidon, god of fate, come out and die. Others might not be able to see clearly, but Tang San and Tang, you could clearly see who those 2 people were. The one who was floating in mid-air, releasing a golden red light that illuminated the sky, was undoubtedly the angel goddess Qianrenxue. At this moment, Her angel god armor had been fully restored. She looked at them expressionlessly. Beside Qian Renshua, there was a woman whose entire body was covered in dark purple armor. Her face was purple, and she looked ferocious. From her silhouette and aura, Tang San could barely identify her. It was the Empress of the Martial Soul Empire, Bibi Dong. To be more precise, it should be the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. Light rain, don't interfere. I'll take care of it. Tang Sen lifted the Poseidon trident and flew towards them. Tang Sen stared at Bibi Dong. Tang San said in a low voice, "You came back 3 days ago, right?" Bibi Dong sneered. "Boy, I didn't expect it, did you? Not only you and her became gods, but I also inherited the Rakshasa god's divinity. Compared to me, it was much easier for you guys to go through the process. For the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, I spent a whole 20 years. Why do you think I have such a supreme position in the Martial Soul Palace? Even the Thousand Dao sect doesn't dare to touch me easily? That's because he felt the aura of a god on me. If I hadn't been subtly accepting the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, do you think you, who is so much weaker than me in terms of soul power, and who also had twin martial souls, could defeat me? Now, I have finally completed the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. At the time of the inheritance, I was already a peak rank 99 de Lua with twin martial souls. Even if you defeated my Soul Master Legion, so what? All of this, I will get it back. The continent of Dolua should belong to me." Tang Sin looked at Bibi Dong coldly. "Using what you said before, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Fight Puff. A golden heart appeared in the air, but it was caught by the purple demonic claw. "No." Several shrill cries sounded at the same time, including Xiao Wu's, Ning Rongrong's, Oscar's, Tang Hao's, and even Hulaina's, who was holding Qian Renshua's body. Hulaina's face was full of tears at this time, and her whole body was limp on the ground. Qian Renshua also woke up from this violent shock, just in time to see Tang San's heart being clawed by the Rakshasa. Whoosh! 3 figures caught Tang San's body, and it was Tang Yu. He looked at Tang San in his arms, and his deep blue eyes began to be bloodshot. Then his eyes turned blood red, and his hair began to turn blood red. He handed Tang San to Wang Donner and slowly got up. "I was going to leave, but now I'll let you have another nightmare. A small Rakshasa god dares to commit the crime of killing a god." A blood-red scythe appeared in Tang Yu's right hand. The 9th trial of the adjudication test. Adjudication of a god begin. Bibi Dong felt an invisible sense of oppression. It was the oppression of a superior to a subordinate. She was scared. She was about to retreat, but 4 blood-red chains suddenly appeared and locked her limbs, and she couldn't move. And Tang Yu had disappeared. Adjudication, ruthless slash. A voice sounded from behind Bibi Dong. Tang Yu's back was facing her just like that. Tang Yu was still holding the scythe in his hand, but he ignored her and flew toward Tang San. The 9th trial of the adjudication test completed. Adjudication compatibility 200%, inheritable. This voice sounded in Tang Yu's mind. As soon as Tang Yu landed, poof, Bibi Dong began to spurt blood all over her body. A series of screams. Bibi Dong landed on the ground. Her life force was rapidly draining. One. No one dared to make a sound, and they looked at Tang Yu for some instructions, but Tang Yu didn't give any. "Sister Xiao Wu, come here quickly." Hearing Tang Yu calling her, she hurried over and hugged Tang San. "How is third brother?" "After taking my pill, as long as he hasn't been dead for more than a day, he can be revived. Now that third brother's life has been saved, Sister Xiao Wu, do as I say now." Xiao Wu hugged Tang San and guided the Shura devil sword at her body. Just as she guided it, a beam of red light suddenly appeared. It turned into a huge red vortex, and it engulfed Tang San and Xiao Wu's bodies. Xiao Wu's red body actually merged into Tang San's body bit by bit. It was as if a piece of red-hot metal was forcibly branded into Tang San's body. Qian Renshua, who helped Bibi Dong up, looked at Tang San with a horrified expression. She was also trying to heal Bibi Dong, but unfortunately, BB Dong didn't get any better. BB Dong's injury was not an ordinary injury. It was caused by Tang Yu using the adjudication iron scythe. As long as someone was injured by the adjudication iron scythe, the injury would never heal. The injury would continue to worsen until the victim died. The only thing that could heal the injury was Tang Yu's own blood. BB Dong was not dead yet. As a god, her vitality was naturally much stronger than that of a human. However, she had already been hit by Tang Yu's adjudication. Death was only a matter of time for her. At this moment, she looked at the bloody tornado that surrounded Tang San and Xiao Wu. This feeling made her heart palpitate. It was not any weaker than Tang Yu just now. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face was full of disbelief. No, impossible. Could that be? BB Dong's voice trembled. Looking at the red light, the fear in her eyes didn't diminish at all. At this moment, with Tang San's body as the center, everything within 1,000 meters turned blood red. One could clearly see streaks of blood-red light gushing out from the ground and merging into Tang San's body. His body flickered alternately with blue and red lights. Every time this strange energy fluctuation erupted, it would cause a huge energy fluctuation to surge out from Tang San's body. God Shura. BB Dong finally spat out these 3 words. She was extremely unwilling to admit it, but the huge red light in front of her and Qianrenxue came from God Shura's divine power. What are you afraid of? So what if it's God Shura? If we can kill Poseidon once, we can also kill God Shura. Qianrenxue held the angelic holy sword. As the successor of the angel god, she did not know how terrifying God Shura was. God Shura's aura did not restrain her. At this moment, she was even more courageous than her mother. No, it's not just God Shura. Before Qianrenxue could ask, everything in front of her had already explained BB Dong's words to her. Tang San's body flickered with unstable blue and red lightning. Even his eyes flickered red and blue alternately. His face was already a little distorted. It was obvious that he was enduring great pain. Qianrenxue said in shock, God Shura, Poseidon, is his body able to withstand the divine power of 2 gods? That's impossible. Impossible? I have more than one god position in my body. Tang Yu said to the 2 of them. What? Multiple gods coexisting? Tang San's body shook violently. It was as if he was shaking something out of his body. As his body shook, the red and blue light suddenly separated. A huge blue shadow appeared behind him. His body had completely turned red. The red armor was obviously bigger than Poseidon, Angel God, and Rakshasa God's armor. The patterns on it were also much more dazzling. In his hand, he held a huge hammer. The magic patterns on the hammer were shining. It actually melted in his hand. An intense red light accompanied by an unparalleled murderous aura burst out. The red light of the hammer condensed again. A huge sword that was more than 2 meters long appeared in Tang San's hand out of thin air. Tang San's eyes turned dark red. The blood-red armor was covered with red sharp blades. Almost every corner of it had spikes protruding. The unprecedented pressure completely suppressed Qianrenxue's fighting spirit. She could clearly feel that the Tang San in front of her was even more terrifying than Poseidon Tang San. The blue shadow that appeared behind Tang San was not illusory. She could clearly tell that it was also Tang San's appearance. He was wearing a blue angel god's armor and holding a blue Poseidon trident. Although it was not Poseidon's strongest golden state, his figure superimposed on Tang San's back still brought about an even greater pressure. Nirvana rebirth, 2 gods. So this is what it means. Tang San murmured. He thought of what an old man once told him. He was now sure that the old man was at least a god. I'll leave the rest to you, 3rd brother. Tang Yu said slowly. Tang San nodded. He pointed the Shura demon's sword downwards and said coldly, Shura, judgment. Why? Qianrenxue did not feel the pain of her body being pierced, nor did she feel the fear of her soul being stripped away. When she suddenly opened her eyes again, she found that the red Shura demon sword was still pointing at her. However, it did not pierce through her chest. This was because there was already a purple-black body on the Shura demon sword. Dazzling red lightning spread over the purple-black body. Her purple-black god's armor was disappearing into pieces. On the city wall of Jialing Pass, when Master saw Bibi Dong's body being pierced by Tang San's Shura demon sword, his face was already pale. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the blame. No matter what Bibi Dong did to him, in his heart, this was the first woman he fell in love with, or even the woman he loved the most in his life. When Bibi Dong landed on the ground with Qianren Xue, the last piece of her Rakshasa god's armor had already turned into smoke and disappeared. Even the pale green color on her face was slowly fading away. Looking at Tang San, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with a complicated light. There was more unwillingness, but surprisingly, there was no resentment. Tang San and Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong said with some difficulty. Tang San said indifferently, "I'm very lucky. The ones who should have won were you." Little Gang once said that luck is also a part of one's strength. You're a god. Naturally, you can see that we no longer have any power to resist. When Tang Yu chopped me with his scythe, you already won. Then came the Shura demon sword. We completely lost. God's life has come to an end. Can you let me see Little Gang again? I have something to say to him. Little Gang, when I transformed into the Rakshasa god, was I very ugly? Bibi Dong touched his face and said with some emotion. Teacher, Hulaina finally rushed over and threw herself beside Bibi Dong. She and Qianren Xue were already in tears. Don't be noisy. Don't disturb me and Little Gang. Bibi Dong gave Hulaina a reproachful look, as if he was a teacher who was lecturing his students. Her moving appearance did not look like she was about to leave this world. Hulaina and Qianren Xue could not help but be a little stunned. Bibi Dong's gaze turned back to the master, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Little Gang, do you hate me? Although you don't say anything, I know that you do. Back then, I hurt you like that. How could you forgive me? But do you know? You're the man I love the most in my life. In the past. Now. Always. You're lying. If you really loved him, why did you destroy our Tyrannosaurus family? You killed all of our loved ones. Liu Erlong roared emotionally. Bibi Dong looked at her with disdain. Do you think I'm as weak as you? Little Gang was ostracized and humiliated by the family. Don't you know? What did you do for him? I did what you couldn't do for him. I won't let go of anyone who dared to make him suffer and humiliated him. The Tyrannosaurus family is gone, so Little Gang's troubles are gone. Isn't that so? You're a lunatic. The master's voice was trembling. He finally spoke. Yes, Bibi Dong is indeed a lunatic. She went crazy for you, teacher, Tang Yu said lightly. Yes, just as the god of fate said, I'm a lunatic. A lunatic who went crazy for love. Ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong laughed sadly. Tears flowed from the master's eyes. The Bibi Dong from back then was already dead. Bibi Dong smiled brightly. Yes, you're right. The Bibi Dong from back then was already dead. She was already dead the moment she left you. She no longer had the gentleness and kindness from before. All that was left was a dark heart, a heart filled with vengeance. Little Gang, I'm about to leave this world. I want you to know why I left you back then. I think this is what you've always wanted to know. Cough, cough. Back then, Little Gang and I loved each other. Although he wasn't a powerful soul master, he had wisdom that others didn't have. Look, his face is so stiff now. I know why. It's because after I left him, he never smiled again. That day, I still remember it clearly. At night, the stars were dim. Teacher suddenly came. He asked me what my relationship with you was. Little Gang, you know that teacher is the person I respect the most. Not only is he the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, he's also the one who taught me everything. I didn't hide anything from teacher. I told him about our relationship. At that time, teacher's expression was very ugly. He said that I'm the genius of the Martial Soul Palace. I have twin martial souls. He won't allow me to have any feelings for other men, let alone the Tyrannosaurus family. He won't let me leave the Martial Soul Palace forever. I only have you in my heart. Therefore, I argued with teacher. I told him that I love Little Gang. Even if I have to leave the Martial Soul Palace, I want to be with you. Teacher suddenly went crazy. He suddenly struck me with his palm and knocked me out. When I woke up, I felt intense pain all over my body. I was lying naked in the Martial Soul Palace's secret room. That pervert, was sitting beside me. Do you know what he said to me? He said that even if he had to use the dirtiest method, he had to keep me in the Martial Soul Palace. He also said that I'm no longer clean. My body already belongs to me. How can I still be with that man? If I don't leave you, he will kill you immediately. What a pervert! Tang Yu cursed. Yes, he's a pervert, Bibi Dong roared. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, everyone was stunned. They could feel the sadness in Bibi Dong's words. At that time, the first thing I thought of was death. However, I couldn't die. I know him too well. If I die, he will definitely vent his anger on you. He will kill you. I had no choice but to look for you and tell you that I'm only with you because of your wisdom. Because only then can I protect you, the man I love. With a thump, Grandmaster fell to the ground. No, this isn't true. You're lying to me. You're lying to me, right? He had loved and hated his entire life. Just as everything was about to end, he realized that he was wrong. How could Grandmaster accept this feeling? Bibi Dong said calmly, "This is my daughter, the daughter that he and I gave birth to." Not long after that, I found out that I was pregnant. I hated him. I hated the entire Martial Soul Palace, and I hated this child even more. I tried countless times not to have this child. However, he imprisoned me in a Martial Soul Palace and guarded me every day until I gave birth to this child. Bibi Dong looked at Qianrenxue. I know that you hate me too. Yes, I can tell you with certainty that even though Tang Hao severely injured your father, he died in my hands in the end. I killed that pervert with my own hands and raped my own disciple's son. It's only right that you hate me. I'm your father's murderer, and I've never done my duty as a mother. I've always thought that I was right, until just now, when you knocked me away when Tang San attacked me with the tears of Guanyin, I realized that I was wrong. The child is innocent. I shouldn't have inflicted that hatred on you. This is the only thing I can do for you. Qianrenxue's body and lips trembled. No. Just like how Grandmaster had always hated Bibi Dong, in her heart, her father's figure was so lofty. However, Bibi Dong was about to die. How could she make up such a lie? She was wrong. Grandmaster was also wrong. Bibi Dong was still smiling. Even though her face was covered in tears, she was still smiling. I've killed so many people, and I've harmed so many people. My death is worth it. I hate this world, so I want to take revenge on this world. I want to destroy the Martial Soul Palace, destroy this world, and destroy myself. The master took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Bibi East. He grabbed her hands that had already turned cold. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why? You've already killed him. Why didn't you tell me everything? Bibi Dong shook her head gently. Her gaze suddenly became extremely gentle. He's right about one thing. My body is already dirty. I can't taint you with my dirty self. Xiao Gang, don't be sad for me. I'm satisfied to be able to tell you everything, to be able to see you cry for me again, to be able to hold your hand before I die. Our lives have been too bitter and bitter. Promise me that you'll live a good life with Erlong. She's just your cousin. Now that the Tyrannosaurus family is gone, what else do you have to worry about? Lu Erlong, come here. Lu Erlong walked forward in a daze. Looking at the woman she had hated for decades, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Erlong, if I die, you will have your revenge. Little Gang loves you. Throw away all the shackles of the world. Even if you have to rape him, you have to be with him for real. I'm not as lucky as you. At least you can be with him. Help me take good care of him. Okay? Looking at Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong took a deep breath and forcefully nodded. She said, "You are also a pitiful woman." Bibi Dong forced himself to be more spirited. Tang San, Tang Yu, I have never begged anyone in my life. Even if it was your teacher, I have never begged anyone. Now I'm begging you. Promise me one last thing. Tang San looked at Tang Yu, then at Bibi Dong. Say it. Bibi Dong said, Shuer is no longer an angel. Even her martial soul has been damaged. She can no longer be a threat to the Heaven Do Empire, and she can't be a threat to you. All the bad things were done by me alone. It has nothing to do with her. It's the same for Nana. I'm begging you, let them go. The Martial Soul Empire no longer exists. I just want them to live. Tang San frowned. You should know that this isn't something I can decide on my own. A hand patted his shoulder. Tang Sen looked over. It was Tang Yu. He looked into Tang Yu's deep eyes. Tang Yu also looked very seriously at Tang San. There was a moment of silence. I understand, Tang San said. Then he looked at Bibi Dong. I promise you. Bibi Dong's body turned soft, and she collapsed into Qian Rinchue's arms. She stuttered, Shuer, can I call you that? I'm leaving, promise me, and Nana, that all of you live while I death is what I deserve. Don't think about avenging me. As long as all of you can live safely, I'll be satisfied. Mother, Qian Rinchue finally said this word. She threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms and cried. Okay. Bibi Dong smiled. She was very satisfied and kind when she heard Qian Rinchue's cries. She slowly raised her hand, as if she wanted to pat Qian Rinchue's head. However, she only raised her hand halfway. Time seemed to stop at this moment. When Qian Rinchue suddenly felt something in her arm stiffen, she looked up and saw Bibi Dong's pale hand falling down. She grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and pressed it against her face. Mother, Dong-er. The master grabbed Bibi Dong's arm and cried. Wang Dong suddenly jumped out. Who is it? Who's calling me? She looked at Bibi Dong and was stunned. After that, she took out the golden scepter. This was the twilight scepter of forgiveness. It could purify all living things, including dead spirits. Bibi Dong's soul could feel the dense light element. So warm. Is this the warm light? It's really warm. If there's a next life, I want to live under the light. It's over. Everything is over. Tang Sen sighed. Tang Sen looked at Avalanche. His gaze suddenly became serious. Avalanche, you have to promise me 4 things. Avalanche nodded without hesitation. Teacher, as long as I can do it, I'll do it. Tang San said, firstly, in the process of completely destroying the Martial Soul Empire, don't kill the innocent. Secondly, in the next 10 years, don't start a war with the Sionra Empire. This war is already a huge waste of resources. No commoner will crave war. Rest and recuperate. Thirdly, from today onwards, I won't be involved in any of the Empire's matters. Everything will depend on your own efforts. From now onwards, I'm no longer the vast Blue King. I'm no longer the Imperial Teacher. The last thing, after this war ends, the Tang family army will be disbanded. All the Zhuge divine crossbows will be taken back and handed over to the Tang men to be destroyed. The Tang men will exist as a sect and will no longer participate in the Empire's wars. The Tang men will also no longer produce hidden weapons for anyone. Avalanche knelt in front of Tang San, tears streaming down his face. I'll follow teacher's instructions. Teacher, I hope to be able to officiate at your wedding in Heavendo City for you and your wife. This is the only gift I can give you and your wife. Good. A few years later, Heavendo Empire's southwest, Fasno Province. The Holy Spirit Village was only a small village of about 300 families in the south of Notting City in Fasno Province. The reason why it was called the Holy Spirit Village was because in the legends 100 years ago, a soul sage had walked out of this village. This was also the eternal pride of the Holy Spirit Village. Today, the Holy Spirit Village suddenly became busy. The stone tablet engraved with the words Holy Spirit at the entrance of the village was changed. The words Holy Spirit were replaced by Divine Spirit. Furthermore, it was actually a golden tablet made of pure gold. Old Jack, why did our village change its name? Old Jack, who was already leaning on his walking stick, suddenly straightened his back and said with incomparable pride, because our village has produced 2 gods. There were 11 figures, but 2 of them were a distance away from the others. Those 2 were devastatingly beautiful. One had long blue hair, and the other had long platinum hair. Their eyes and hair color matched, and their clothes were the same. However, their eyes were moist. The 2 of them were Tang Yu and Wang Donner, and those 9 people were Shrek's 7, by Chun Xiang and Ling Yu. Are you leaving now? The leader of the 9 people was an extremely handsome, blue-haired youth. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. It was Poseidon, Tang-san. I can't bear to leave you guys. Yuhao Shaoqi. The girl with the scorpion tail braid beside the blue-haired youth suddenly hugged Wang Donner and cried. It was Shura's scabbard, Xiao Wu. I can't bear to leave Daddy and Mommy either. Wang Donner cried. All right, Donner, don't cry. We have to return to our time period. Tang Yu consoled her. He seemed to be very strong, but the tears at the corner of his eyes betrayed him. Master. I really can't go with you guys. The purple-haired girl hugging Tang Yu was the demon god Ling Yu. Don't cry, Xiao Yu. You are originally from this era. Listen, the demon god's deity position is a deity position without a grade. In other words, you're not bound by any rules. You are a free god, and you can live anywhere you want. Therefore, you can choose to leave Doluo and travel to various planets. Tang Yu comforted Ling Yu as he patted her head. No, I don't want to be separated from Master. Master, you're Xiao Yu's only family. Ling Yu cried, even louder. Tang Yu smiled. He gave Ling Yu a cloth doll that looked exactly like him. If you miss me in the future, take a look at this. Don't cry. Otherwise, you will no longer be my disciple. This sentence was really effective. Ling Yu hugged the cloth doll and looked at Tang Yu pitifully. Tang Yu shook his head. I didn't expect Light Rain to be my and Zhu Qing's descendant. I can't believe I have such an impressive descendant. Ha ha. Oscar, did you see that? Light Rain is my descendant. Ha ha ha. A handsome man in his 30s laughed. However, upon closer inspection, there were tears at the corner of his eyes. He was Dai Mubai, the howling sky god. The girl crying beside him was the phantom god, Zhu Qing. Light Rain. Here you go. Fresh sausages. Eat them on the way. A handsome young man came out with a lot of sausages in his hands. He gave them to Tang Yu, and Tang Yu accepted them. He was the culinary god, Oscar. Idiot. Why are you ruining the atmosphere? A girl with long pink hair grabbed Oscar's ear and refused to let go. She was the nine-color goddess, Ning Rongrong. Wife, be gentler. Oscar, can you be more serious? A handsome young man with fiery red hair shouted. A beautiful girl with purple hair beside him cried. Yes. Everyone is sad. Only you are laughing. The two of them were the Nine Phoenix God, Ma Hongjun, and the Speed God by Qinxiang. They were about to bid farewell to Tang Yu and the rest. Tang Yu, Wang Dong, and the rest had been here for more than 20 years. All of the 7 monsters had become gods. Bai Qinxiang had also become a god. In the past few years, Tang Yu had told everyone about his and Wang Dong's origins. Everyone was very shocked. I just saw that everyone was sad. Since Light Rain is leaving, we should send him off with a smile. It won't look good crying at all. Oscar mumbled. Don't worry, everyone, you will still be able to see us 10,000 years later. Although 10,000 years is a very long number for humans, it is not long at all for gods who have an unlimited lifespan. So everyone, don't be so sad. Tang Yu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Master, Ling Yu looked at Tang Yu. Then, a thought appeared in her mind. 10,000 years? Then I will wait for you in Doluo for 10,000 years. All right, third brother, little Yu, and everyone, we will meet again. Tang Yu changed his god's seat to the god of space and time. In a few years, he had inherited the god of space and time. Other than the god of life and death, he had inherited everything else. The last fragment of his teacher, Electrolux, could not be found even after searching the entire continent. Tang Yu's eyes flashed, and a space-time crack suddenly appeared. He held Wang Dong's hand and was about to enter. At this moment, Light Rain, Master, see you 10,000 years later. 9 voices came through. Tang Yu's body trembled, and tears finally flowed down his face. Yes. Goodbye. Third brother, no, father-in-law. In an instant, he pulled Wang Dong into the space-time crack. Light Rain. See you 10,000 years later. Chapter 36. Part 1. Continuation space-time crack. Boom. Cough. 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 Tang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuhao, are you alright? Wang Donner hurried over to support him. Both of them were in a sorry state now. They were both looking forward. An extremely handsome man was standing not far away from them. He had black and white hair, and he was wearing a black and white robe. "I've finally found you, the first god of emotions. No, you're reincarnated, but that's not important. You can finally die." Cough, 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 cough. "I didn't expect you to find this place. You're really persistent. Godly Emperor of Order. Was this the prophecy of the tarot cards? Wuto, now there's a way. The first god of emotions gave me this. He said this can save us." Tangy took out a black and white jade. "This? I'll take the white one, and you take the black one. Quick." Tangyu also switched to the reincarnation divine seat. He took the white jade, and Wang Donner took the black jade. Then black and white light shone. An ancient ring of light appeared. The reincarnation ring and the yin-yang jade gradually fused together. That's the innate spiritual items, the yin-yang jade and the reincarnation ring. "Oh no, I can't let you succeed." The godly Emperor of Order rushed over. Whoosh! But he missed. The two of them disappeared. "Ah! First god of emotions. No matter where you hide, I'll find you. I'll find you even if I have to search the entire universe. Just you wait." The godly Emperor of Order shouted. He tore open a space-time crack and left this place. Border. The border was the intersection of all the universes. It was also the most central area. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the godly Emperor of Order's brain? A man looked at the scene on the screen. It was exactly what happened in the space-time crack. "Brother, are you going to do it again?" Chapter 37. In the God Realm. A figure was quietly standing among the clouds, gazing into the endless distance. No one knew what he was looking at. He had long, water-blue hair that flowed like a waterfall all the way to his feet. If it were not for his imposing figure and broad shoulders, one would think that he was a woman from the back. His luxurious blue robes seemed to ripple like water. If one were to look closely, their eyes would be instantly attracted by the deep blue. Even their souls would be sucked into the endless blue that was as deep as the ocean. He looked to be in his 20s, but he had a pair of deep eyes on his handsome face. His eyes seemed to be empty, but they also seemed to be all-encompassing. Occasionally, there would be a flash of purple, which was even more breathtaking. There would be an instant of youthfulness, an instant of life and death. Sigh. The man sighed softly, and there was a hint of sadness between his brows. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. "Third brother," a soft voice called out. A figure stepped out of the illusion and came to the side of the blue-clothed man. Naturally and gently, she held his arm. This action seemed to have been done thousands of times, and it looked so smooth and natural. It was a woman in a long pink dress. Her long hair was combed into a long scorpion braid that gently hung down. From the side, one could see her delicate and slender neck. Her long dress was tied at the waist, and it perfectly outlined her moving figure. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held the man in blue's arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Her soft and smooth scorpion braid swayed and landed on the man's long blue hair. It quietly curled up and wrapped around the man's long hair. The man in blue's handsome face revealed a somewhat helpless and doting smile. "You're already a mother, but you're still so naughty." The woman in pink pouted in dissatisfaction. "So what if I'm a mother? Can't I act coquettishly? After you became a law enforcer of the God Realm and a Poseidon, weren't you still called Tang-san? You're still my third brother." Tang-san hugged the girl in pink and said somewhat helplessly, "Of course you can act coquettishly. No matter what, you will always be my most beloved Xiao Wu. Just don't let your precious daughter see it. Otherwise, she will compete with you for favor." When Xiao Wu heard Tang-san mention her daughter, her eyes were filled with worry. Tang-san was surprised to see Xiao Wu's expression. "What's wrong? Could it be that the seal in little Seven's body has appeared again?" "It's fine. That memory seal has been suppressed by that mysterious soul again. But little Seven's body, I'm afraid that she—" Tang-san was silent for a while. It seems that it's time for little Seven to go to the mortal world. Xiao Wu was stunned. Third brother, you, Tang San smiled. Today, Doluo has collided with the Earth's crust more than 4,000 years ago. It has more than doubled the size of Doluo. At the same time, it has also brought about many changes. Tangmen are also withering. However, Xiao Wu, do you know? Light rain has appeared. What did you say? Light rain. Light rain? Xiao Wu was excited when she heard this name. However, he has also been sealed with the same memory seal as Little Seven. Perhaps he doesn't recognize us anymore. Since that's the case, as his brother, I should help him. Third brother, didn't Light Rain tell you not to interfere with his matters? I just want to send Little Seven to Dolaw. I don't want to interfere with Light Rain's life. Light Rain was right before. One's destiny should be decided by oneself. I won't interfere with his matters. However, I can interfere with Little Seven's matters. Third brother, Light Rain is their enemy. It's an enemy that we can't imagine. If we want to help him, we have to continue working hard. A small head popped out from the clouds, not far away. She had long platinum hair and looked to be about 11 years old. Her beautiful big eyes blinked. She looked at least 70% similar to Tang San, but her lines were much softer and her eyes were more like Xiao Wu's. Doluo, Light Rain, why do I have the urge to secretly go to the mortal world? As she spoke, her petite body quietly disappeared into the clouds. Icy Star, a beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes. Hantian's aura has appeared, and Father's aura. Chapter 38. 3 years later, Great Star Doe Forest, a petite figure was flying at a low altitude. It was a very handsome and beautiful young man, about 11 years old. He had a head of sky blue hair, pure white skin, and a pair of deep blue eyes. His blue clothes accentuated his golden ratio figure. He had a pair of huge golden insect wings on his back, reflecting the sunlight like the wings of a moth. There was also a long tail at the end of the wings, looking very luxurious. The young man was Yuhao. 3 years he had lived in the Great Star Doe Forest, known as one of the 5 forbidden areas of mankind, for 3 whole years. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Doluo continent. He now had a big net in his hand, and there were many fish in the net, more than 20 of them. His flying speed was not very fast, and he seemed to be looking for a place. After catching so many fish, Father Bear, Mother Bear, and the baby bear will definitely be very happy, right? Yuhao murmured. A towering ancient tree. There was a hole in the ancient tree, about 7 or 8 meters wide. Whoosh! Yuhao appeared here in an instant, put down the fish in his hand, and shouted inside. Father Bear, Mother Bear, Damao Ermao, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 small figures suddenly came out of the tree hole. They were actually 2 dark golden bears, less than a meter long. When the 2 little bears saw Yuhao, they were immediately happy and ran towards him. They pushed Yuhao to the ground and rubbed against him as if they were acting coquettishly. And they kept licking his face. Haha, stop messing around, it's so itchy. Stop, I miss you guys too. Damao Ermao. Then 2 huge creatures came out of the tree hole. They were actually 2 adult dark golden bears. One was 7 meters long. The other was slightly smaller. The 2 giant bears walked in front of Yuhao. The 2 little guys stopped messing around and hurriedly got up from Yuhao. Yuhao turned over and got up. The 2 giant bears were obviously the parents of the 2 little guys. The 2 giant bears also licked Yuhao's face, obviously very close to him. If a soul master were here, they would definitely be so shocked that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. It was because these 4 bears were actually the legendary dark golden terraclaw bears that were known as the Earth Ripper. Why were they so close to a human boy? It would definitely frighten everyone in the continent. Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, Damao or Mao, I brought you delicious food. Yuhao pointed at the fish on the ground. The 2 little guys' eyes lit up and they were about to rush up, but they were stopped by Yuhao. Not now. Raw ones don't taste good. They will taste better when I roast them. So Damao and Ermao, you have to bear with it. The 2 little guys nodded obediently. Not long after, Yuhao passed the fragrant grilled fish to the four bears. They also wolfed it down, but their eating speed was not as fast as Yuhao's. In the past 3 years, Yuhao didn't know why, but his appetite had become very big. Sometimes, he wouldn't feel full even after eating 20 fish. He even ate an entire cow before he felt a little full. He was really helpless. He didn't know if it was a good thing that his appetite had become so big. Daddy bear, mommy bear, do you know? I'm already level 20. Sister and Uncle Tion said that I could go out to train in a few days. Yuhao said. The four bears looked reluctant. The two little guys hurriedly ran over and bit Yuhao's clothes, obviously not wanting him to leave. It's okay. Sister and Uncle Tion want me to go to the same school to study. Don't worry about me. Moreover, I'm a human after all. I can't always stay here. Although, I can't bear to leave here. This is also my second home. Yuhao touched the heads of the two little guys and said reluctantly. At this moment, a voice was heard. Yuhao, you're really here? Come back with me quickly. A green figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman with long green hair and a skirt. There was also a pair of green wings on her back. Hui Yuhao's body trembled, and he cried out in his heart, I've been found again. He turned around and said to the woman awkwardly, How did you find this place, Aunt Bai? You still have a nerve to say that? Do you know? You sneaked out of the core area this time. Lord Auspicious Beast and Tion are very angry. They want to teach you a lesson personally after I bring you back. Where did you sneak out and not play with them here? Where else can you go besides here? Well, come back to the core area with me quickly. The woman said helplessly. If there was an older title battle pet warrior, Doluo, he would be in disbelief because this woman was obviously a soul beast. Moreover, she was a ferocious beast, the 590,000-year-old emerald swan, Bicky. And Bicky actually felt helpless toward the child who wasn't even 12 years old. Sister is angry? Then I can't go back. Won't I be beaten to death by her if I go back? No, I don't want to go back. Yuhao got up in fear and jumped. He spread his wings and flew away in an instant. He still remembered how his sister treated him when he was caught. She was really merciless. Bicky sighed and then disappeared. A second later, a miserable cry came from the forest. Let me go, let me go. I don't want to go back, I don't want to go back. No. Help me. Yamate. Core area. Yuhao, you're finally back. Crack, crack, crack. A golden-haired girl giggled. She kept clenching her fists. She slowly walked towards Yuhao, who was tied to a tree. Sister, don't. Can you be gentler this time? Uncle Tion, you should also persuade sister. Who told you to run out, you brat? You can't be educated. A handsome middle-aged man in black said. The man had a pair of black horns on his head and a few strands of gold in his black hair. He was already used to this kind of thing. That night, Yuhao's body was colorful. Although he'd been beaten up, he wasn't angry at all because he was already used to it. He knew that being beaten up was very helpful for the improvement of his body's strength. He soaked in the lake of life for a very long time and finally felt refreshed. Moreover, he felt that his body was a little stronger than before. The next day, Yuhao, here, take this. Wang Xiao passed a long spear to Yuhao. It was a double-tipped spear that was golden in color. It was around 6 meters long. Isn't this Sister Qiu Er's weapon, the golden dragon spear? Yuhao took the weapon and looked at it. As soon as Yuhao touched the spear suddenly lit up and released a terrifying aura. However, the aura disappeared in an instant. Just now, what a terrifying aura, Yuhao muttered. As he looked at the golden dragon spear in his hand, he actually felt that there were 9 chains inside that seemed to seal something. Remember not to use this golden dragon spear unless it's a critical moment. Also, it's best not to try to undo the 9 seals inside. The things inside aren't suitable for you. After that, she looked at the beast god. Tion, quickly take that out and give it to him. Tion was also helpless. That thing of his was very precious. He took out a pitch black scale. This is my reverse scale. It can protect you and transfer any fatal injuries to me. Yuhao looked at the reverse scale in his hand. He felt that it seemed a little familiar. Thank you, uncle. Although Yuhao didn't know what was going on, He didn't think too much about it. He accepted the reverse scale. The golden dragon spear also turned into golden light and disappeared into his glabella. You should go. Oh yes, you need to change the color of your soul rings. Outside the Star Doe forest, Yuhao grabbed more than 20 fish and walked out of the stream. It's not enough. Should I go to the sea and catch a deep-sea demon spearfish? Forget it. I'll just put up with it and hurry on my way after eating. At school, I must get in. A minute later, the aroma of grilled fish wafted into his nose. Yes, as expected of the grilled fish he made himself. It smells so good. Just as Yuhao was about to start eating, a surprised voice sounded. It smells so good. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but it gave Yuhao a fright. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw two people walking along the stream. The one walking in front was a young girl who looked to be about 15 years old. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung down behind her back. She was wearing a light blue outfit that outlined her budding body, which was full of youthfulness. She had almond-shaped eyes, large and lively eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a near-perfect oval face. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face as she stared straight at Yuhao's grilled fish. Following behind the girl was a young man who looked to be around her age. The young man was tall and slender, with a head of short lavender hair that shone like a gem under the sunlight. He wasn't very old, but he gave off a scholarly aura. There was a lazy and gentle smile on his handsome face. He had his hands behind his head, and he was also looking at Yuhao with interest. However, he was looking at Yuhao, not the grilled fish. These two people, Yuhao stared blankly at them. He actually had the urge to cry just now. Fortunately, he restrained himself. In the past 3 years in the Great Stardow Forest, he hadn't only improved his strength, but also his mental state. The young girl walking in front had already run up to Yuhao in high spirits. She had a drooling look on her face as she said, "Little girl, are you selling this grilled fish? It smells so good. How did you make it?" Little girl? Yuhao's face was instantly filled with black lines. I'm a boy," Yuhao said helplessly. A boy? That can't be right." The young girl was in disbelief. "I'm really a boy," Yuhao said. I'm so sorry. I didn't think that there would be such a beautiful boy in this world." The young girl immediately apologized. "It's fine. Everyone who meets me for the first time thinks that I'm a girl. Big sister, are you hungry? I can treat you to some food." Yuhao passed the grilled fish to her. "Oh, really? Then I won't stand on ceremony." As she spoke, she reached out and took the grilled fish that Yuhao passed to her. She didn't care about her image at all as she sat to the side and carefully ate the fish while shouting that it was hot. The young boy who was with the young girl had already walked over. He had a helpless look on his face as he raised his hand to greet Yuhao. Then he said to the young girl, "Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't eaten yet, but you've already started eating." Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened as she angrily said, "What did you call me?" The young boy immediately raised his hands in surrender. "All right, teacher Xiaoya. That should be enough, right?" Yuhao passed the other fish to the young boy and said, "Big brother, I'll treat you to some too." The young boy smiled faintly and said, "A gentleman doesn't take what others like." "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Yuhao nodded and said, "It's fine. I can grill more." The young boy smiled warmly and said, "I'm called Bei. She's called Tanya. Little brother, what's your name?" "I'm called Yuhao. You can call me Yuhao." Yuhao said, "It's too delicious. I've never eaten such good grilled fish before. Little brother Yuhao, why don't I hire you to be my chef? Is that okay?" Tanya directly lay down on the grass and stretched her body in satisfaction. Her curves were exposed, but she didn't realize it at all. Bei looked at her and scratched his head, but there was nothing he could do. "Do you have money, teacher Xiaoya?" Bei poured cold water on her. I'll have money in the future," Tanya said somewhat awkwardly. Then, she had a flash of inspiration as she looked at Yuhao and said, "Little brother Yuhao, who else is in your family?" Yuhao was stunned, then said, my family has passed away. There's only me and my god sister in my family. My god sister is very strong, very strong. She's a strong soul master. She told me to go to a school called Shrek Academy. I almost said soul beasts. Tanya and Bei were somewhat incredulous. Is that true? That's great, Tanya said happily. Then, she continued, little brother Yuhao, do you want to join our sect? Yuhao and Bei were both stunned. Sect? Then Sister Xiaoya, your sect is? Yuhao asked. Tanya said seriously, Tangmin. It was once the #1 sect in the continent. When he heard the two words Tangmin, Yuhao's body couldn't help but tremble. Tangmin, Yuhao suddenly felt that the white Magatama mark on the back of his right hand had appeared again and was even emitting white light. Fortunately, his right hand was wrapped in a bandage. Tanya and Bei couldn't see it. Only Yuhao could sense it. I'll join. The three of them helped Xiaoya find her second soul ring. Then, with Yuhao's help, they found a 1,000-year mandala snake. Although he didn't want to kill it, this fellow didn't give him face. Not only did it not scram, it even dared to attack him. Therefore, after Tanya absorbed her third soul ring, she finally broke through to 3-ringed. After that, Tanya taught Yuhao the Tangmin technique, and he actually learned it in less than a day. Regarding this, Tanya and Bei could only say that his talent and comprehension were too monstrous. The Shrek Academy was established 10,000 years ago. In the ancient language, Shrek meant monster. In other words, the people who first established the Shrek Academy wanted to create a monster academy. The Shrek Academy's earliest motto was to only nurture monsters, not ordinary people. And this monster referred to geniuses. Even the Tangmin sect's leader, Tang San, and his younger brother, who was known as the youngest rank 100 god in history, Tangmin's vice leader, Tang Yu, also graduated from the Shrek Academy. It was also their generation of students who created the Shrek Academy's first glory. It was said that the Shrek Academy only had 9 students at that time. In the history of the Shrek Academy, they were known as the Shrek 7 and Shrek Ace Duo. The story of Shrek 7 and the Ace Duo had been circulating on the continent for a long time. The most famous story was the story of the Tangmin's leader and the vice leader of the Tangmin sect. Tang Yu's story was even more exciting than Tang San's. He and his wife, Wang Dong, were the Ace Duo. When they worked together, they could explode with astonishing strength. Tang Yu's own strength was also very strong. He was known by later generations as a powerhouse who suppressed an era. His title was Doluo of Destiny. It was said that Tang San had also personally admitted that he was not a match for his younger brother. It could be said that Tang Yu's reputation at that time was even greater than his brother, Tang San. It was said that Tang Yu also had a disciple, whose strength was not inferior to Tang San's at all. In the end, it was said that she seemed to have lived in seclusion somewhere in the Doluo continent. However, when everyone wanted to build statues to commemorate them after they ascended, the people at that time actually forgot what Tang Yu and his wife looked like. No one knew why they suddenly forgot. They even forgot what their martial souls were. There were many stories, but they just could not remember what they looked like. It was like only knowing his name and stories, but not whether he existed or not. Therefore, the historical records of Tang Yu were only a few simple stories. Yuhao listened to Tang Yu's story and was entranced. He wasn't attracted by the story, but he felt that the name Tang Yu seemed a little familiar. Yuhao, after you enter the academy, you'll have to cultivate in the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is divided into many departments. You can cultivate in the control department for the time being. At the same time, you can cultivate in the soul tool department. What do you think? Tang Yu said to Yuhao. Yuhao nodded and expressed his agreement. He was still thinking about Tang Yu. He had a feeling that this Tang Yu seemed to be inextricably linked to him. Shrek City. Yuhao asked, eldest senior brother, is the test very difficult? Bei hesitated for a moment and subconsciously looked towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu said, he'll find out sooner or later. This will also be his motivation to work hard in the future. Just tell him, Light Rain Hao, there are 2 requirements to enter the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. The first is that you're not older than 12 years old. The second is that your soul power is not lower than rank 15. All right, Light Rain Hao, what's your soul power rank? We still don't know your soul power rank yet. Yes, the two of them only knew that Yuhao was a one-ring soul master. His soul ring was white, but it wasn't an ordinary white. It was a kind of lustrous white. Furthermore, that lustrous white soul ring had an otherworldly aura that was very eye-catching. It was very strange. I'm a rank 20 soul master. I only need one soul ring to break through and become a soul grandmaster. Yuhao didn't hide it. What? Then, why didn't you find a soul ring for yourself in the great Stardow Forest? Tanya and Bei Bei were astonished. An 11-year-old rank 20 soul master. This talent is very good. There's no need. My sister said that if I need a soul ring, she'll come and take me to find one. Yuhao said. Actually, what he said was a lie. Brother Skydream had already helped him find his second soul ring. Brother Skydream had said that he would go to a place called the Extreme North to help him find his second soul ring. He felt guilty for lying to Tanya and the others, but he had no choice but to do so. Within the Shrek Academy, there were several enormous statues in front of them that blocked their line of sight. There were a total of 10 statues, and all of them were 10 meters tall. They were carved out of the hardest granite. There were 3 statues in the front row. The statue in the center was an old man who wore a pair of glasses and had a beaming smile on his face. His figure was slightly plump, and he looked like a nice guy. Bei Bei said to Yuhao, "The one in the middle is the founder of our Shrek Academy. He's also the first dean, Flanders. The one on his left is one of my ancestors. He created the teaching foundation of the Shrek Academy's martial soul department, and is one of the 10 core competitors in the martial spirit world. He's also known as the Grandmaster, Yuhao. My mother is a direct descendant of his. The woman on the right is also one of my ancestors, Lu Erlong. She's also the Grandmaster's wife. Together with Dean Flanders, they form the Golden Iron Triangle. If Dean Flanders created the Shrek Academy, then the Grandmaster is the true soul of the Academy. He's also the one who single-handedly nurtured the Shrek 7 and the Ace group behind them." The Grandmaster statue looked like a somewhat thin, middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was a graceful middle-aged woman. Behind them, there were 7 statues and 2 statue platforms. When Yuhao's gaze landed on the statue in front of them, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He said in a very soft voice, "Shrek, third freak of the 7 freaks, Tang San." Then, he looked at the statues of the others. This was the first Shrek 7A. When he saw the 2 statue platforms beside Tang San, he was a little curious. Why were there only 2 statue platforms? One of the 2 statue platforms had the words Destiny Do Tang Yu carved on it, while the other had the words Light Dragon Do Wangdoner carved on it. These were the names and titles of the legendary Ace Group A. Although history didn't record their deeds and statues, their names and titles were passed down. Chapter 39. Tanya and Bei Bei were extremely shocked when they found out that Yuhao's teacher was Zhou Yi. Yuhao, on the other hand, didn't care. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. She seemed to be a very strict teacher. Tanya and Bei Bei were going to take the advancement test. They pointed in the direction of the dormitory for Yuhao, then left. Right at this moment, "Yuhao, I found your second soul ring. Hurry up and come to the spiritual world." It was Brother Skydream. Yuhao was delighted and hurriedly entered the spiritual world. "Brother Skydream, is this really my second soul ring?" Yuhao was astonished as he looked at his absorbed second soul ring. When he entered, Brother Skydream and Han Tian told him to close his eyes. After that, he went into a daze. After that, he didn't know anything. When he woke up, he discovered that he was already rank 25. Afterwards, he released his soul ring. In the end, his second soul ring gave him a fright. How is it? Isn't it amazing? This is the second soul ring that I've picked for you. Brother Skydream flapped his golden wings and said with a bit of pride, "This soul ring is indeed worthy of you." Han Tian said indifferently from the side. Yuhao was astonished as he looked at his second soul ring. It was a blood-red second soul ring. The dormitory building occupied an extremely large area. Although there was only one building, there were still 4 different colors on it: white, yellow, purple, and black. Clearly, they represented the 4 teaching buildings and the areas where students of different grades lived. There were a total of 6 floors. Yuhao arrived at the entrance of the white building. There sat an old man who seemed to be very old. The old man wore gray cotton clothes, and the wrinkles on his face were enough to kill more than double digits of flies. His eyes were dim and yellow, and his eyelids were drooping. He looked like a candle in the wind. The sunlight from the building just happened to be able to sprinkle on his body, and the half-reclining chair seemed to be very comfortable. When Yuhao saw him, he actually had the urge to cry and kneel down. However, he restrained himself and threw these emotions to the back of his mind. He walked forward and respectfully said, "Hello, old grandpa. I'm a new student, and my name is Yuhao. I'm here to stay in the dormitory. Do you need to check my freshman badge?" The old man stretched out his trembling right hand without raising his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Show me your badge and dormitory key." Yuhao hurriedly handed it over. The old man waved it in front of his eyes and returned it to him. "Go ahead. Dorm 108 is the 3rd room from the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor was the girls' dormitory, so they couldn't go up. He'll be fired if he's found out." "Thank you, Grandpa." "Goodbye, Grandpa." Yuhao bowed to the old man once more before he walked into the dormitory building. After Yuhao left, the old man slowly opened his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've met such a polite child. An 11-year-old soul grandmaster. His talent wasn't bad. And why is there an aura that makes my heart palpitate?" Just as he was speaking, a few new students walked past, but they obviously didn't notice the old man beside the door and went straight in. The old man did not stop them. He just sat there drowsily. Yuhao followed the old man's directions and quickly found his dormitory. The student dormitory was a tube-shaped building, and there were dormitory doors on both sides of the long corridor with numbers on them. It could be seen that the dormitory's interior was already somewhat old, and it was unknown how many years it had been used. At the end of the corridor, there was a group bathroom. Using the key to open the door, a somewhat turbid air rushed out. Yuhao hurriedly moved to the side, and after waiting for a while, he held his breath and rushed in to open the window. This room had been empty for at least a month. There was a layer of dust everywhere. "So dirty. No, I have to clean it up." After cleaning, Yuhao felt hungry and went out to the cafeteria. Of course, he met that old man before, and after respectfully greeting him, he left. He was really too hungry. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he attracted everyone's attention. It had to be said that Yuhao was really too beautiful, and at the same time, too handsome. Everywhere he went, he attracted people's attention. Yuhao went straight to the most expensive restaurant and bought enough food for 20 people. This shocked everyone. Was he going to eat by himself? Or did he have friends coming over to eat? His gold soul coins were prepared for him by Sister Chioer, and there were at least 10,000 of them. He was hungry, so of course he bought the most expensive food. It had to be said that the most expensive food was especially delicious. He directly wolfed it down and finished it in a minute. After that, he went to the chef and ordered food for 40 people and finished it in another minute. I'm finally 80% full." He wiped his mouth and left. He left behind the stupefied students and chefs. He ate enough food for 60 people, and he was only 80% full. The contrast between his eating appearance and his handsome and beautiful appearance was too great. Only now did they know what a foodie was. In the dormitory, Yuhao sat cross-legged on a hard wooden bed. He quickly entered a meditative state and began to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique. The next morning, after absorbing the mysterious energy brought by the purple chi from the east, Yuhao returned to his room and began to cultivate a few Tongmen's secret techniques. When he was done, the sky was already bright outside. After washing up, Yuhao went to the cafeteria to buy food. Once he reached the cafeteria, Everyone began to whisper. Some said that he was so handsome and beautiful, while others said that the foodie highness was here. Yuhao ignored whatever they said. He just wanted to eat his fill. After that, he put on a show of how a foodie was cultivated. Everyone was cheering for him. So awesome. This is the 45th bowl of rice. Foodie highness, do you want another bowl? A student joked. The others also began to jeer. Yuhao even saw Bei Bei. He only smiled and looked at him. Yuhao smiled at Bei Bei. Everyone was captivated by his smile. Yuhao was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He simply finished his 50th bowl of rice and left with Bei Bei. Actually, he was a little depressed. After breaking through to rank 23 yesterday, his appetite had obviously increased. Was this a good thing? Furthermore, he was almost out of money. It seemed like the biggest weakness of a foodie was that he spent a lot of money. He had to think of a way to earn money. Yuhao sighed inwardly. Just as he reached the door of his dormitory, Yuhao discovered that the door was open. He was shocked at first, but then he realized that his roommate had probably arrived. At this moment, a youth walked out of his room. When he saw Yuhao, he was also stunned. The young man had delicate features and fair skin. He had a pair of strange pinkish-blue eyes and short pinkish-blue hair. His handsomeness wasn't inferior to Yuhao's, and he was indeed the most good-looking person of his age that Yuhao had ever seen. He was about the same height and age as him. The youth also looked at Yuhao. He had never seen anyone who could compare to him in terms of looks. This person was even more attractive than him. Most importantly, when the two of them met, they felt as if they were reuniting after a long time. It was as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. You are. The two of them spoke at the same time. I'm your roommate. Nice to meet you. Yuhao extended his hand in a friendly manner. However, the youth didn't seem to give him any face. You're also from this dormitory, right? Seeing that you've cleaned the dormitory very well, I'll allow you to stay with me for the time being. I have a few rules that you have to remember. First, you're not allowed to bring anyone back to the dormitory. Second, you're not allowed to be naked in the dormitory. Third, you're not allowed to snore at night. Fourth, you're not allowed to disturb me. Fifth, you're allowed to clean the dormitory in the future, but you're not allowed to touch my bed. Do you understand? Yuhao chuckled. He was being looked down on. He smiled faintly and said, Why should I listen to you? The youth snorted. If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. You can try me if you don't believe me. Yuhao's smile faded and gradually turned cold. Do you want to die? You'd better watch your mouth. Yo, looks like you want to fight. The youth sneered. Let's fight then. Let's go out. Yuhao said coldly. I still don't know your name. The youth said contemptuously. Yuhao said in a low voice. Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking for someone else's name? The youth said indifferently, I'm Tang Dong. I'm Yuhao. The Shrek Academy occupied an extremely large area. There were large empty spaces between the buildings. After Yuhao and Wang Dong walked out of the dormitory, Tang Dong stood in the empty space outside the dormitory. He turned around and hooked his finger at Yuhao. At the entrance of the dormitory, the old man who was leaning against the recliner raised his head slightly. A curious light flashed through his dim yellow eyes. He looked at Yuhao and Tang Dong with great interest. A faint golden light flashed in Yuhao's eyes. 2 white soul rings rose from beneath his feet as he activated his spirit eyes. Tang Dong laughed softly as he looked at his 2 10-year soul rings. I'm very curious as to how you managed to enter the academy. You dare to fight me with this little ability? I don't even have a martial soul to deal with you. Oh, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been smashed by an invisible hammer. In that instant, Yuhao had already closed in on him. He punched Tang Dong's chest. Tang Dong groaned and took 5 steps back. Only then did he react. He looked at Yuhao in astonishment. Did you know? There's a big taboo in a fight, and that's to underestimate your opponent. If this was a battlefield, you would have been killed, Yuhao said indifferently. In fact, he was also very surprised. He had already used all his strength in his fist, but he had only forced Tang Dong back 5 steps. It seemed like Tang Dong's body was very strong. Tang Dong was stunned. His expression became very serious. I've underestimated you. You're very strong. I won't underestimate you again. His aura suddenly exploded. He used his soul power. Yuhao thought to himself. He could sense that Tang Dong's soul power was above rank 25, which was a few ranks higher than his. However, his body was a little weaker than his. Tang Dong tapped the tip of his left foot on the ground. His body shot towards Yuhao like an arrow. Not only was he fast, but he also seemed very agile. He arrived in front of Yuhao in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right leg and kicked towards Yuhao's chest. This kick was infused with soul power. Yuhao didn't dare to be slow. He quickly took a step to the right. At the same time, he slapped Tang Dong's ankle with his left hand. Tang Dong was shocked. He immediately retracted his right leg and dodged Yuhao's left hand. At the same time, he flicked his leg out again. This time, he kicked towards Yuhao's neck. Yuhao seemed to have predicted Tang Dong's movements. When Tang Dong flicked his leg out, he had already squatted down. The moment he squatted down, he bounced back up. His right shoulder collided with the lower part of Wang Dong's thigh. An ordinary person would have lost their center of gravity. However, Tang Dong's right leg was lifted high above his head. He did a split, while his left leg was still firmly planted on the ground. He didn't give up after gaining the upper hand. He quickly charged forward and crashed into Tang Dong. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Tang Dong was standing on one leg to knock him down. Tang Dong made a shocking move as he faced Yuhao. His right leg and his upper body continued to tilt backwards. At the same time, his left leg bounced up and kicked towards Yuhao. At this moment, the width of his legs had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could imagine. He was very flexible. Yuhao was shocked. However, he didn't just stand there in a daze. His second soul ring lit up, and 3 people appeared around him. They were all Yuhao. Doppelgangers? Tang Dong was shocked. Were these really doppelgangers? In fact, this was one of the skills of Yuhao's second soul ring. It was called the 72 transformations. This was a little similar to the first skill, imitation. The only difference was that imitation could transform into anything. It could even imitate one's aura and change the color of one's soul ring. On the other hand, the 72 transformations could transform one's self into anything. It could also transform any person or item into anything that one wanted. Right now, he had turned the air around him into himself. Furthermore, he was still alive. The 3 Yuhao attacked together. They didn't even give Tang Dong a chance to release his martial soul. They directly pressed him to the ground. Damn it, Tang Dong shouted. You've already lost. Yuhao didn't finish his sentence. He made a pinch in the air, and a knife appeared. He stabbed it into the ground, right into Tang Dong's face. If I use this, you'll be in hell. It's not that I can't agree to the 5 rules you mentioned, but that's out of respect for my roommate. If I use my martial soul, I might not be your match. However, you have to remember this. If you dare to insult me and my mother again, I'll kill you even if you're a god. Yuhao said viciously. Tang Dong's body started to tremble when he heard his words. Killing a god? What a joke. It was impossible for a human to kill a god, but this sentence was actually said by a youth who was about his age. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that this person could do it. Yuhao stood up and pulled Tang Dong up. Do you know? You lost to me not only in terms of fighting, but also in terms of your heart. You don't have a fearless heart, but I do. I don't care if my opponent is a human or a god. I just need to know that he's my enemy. As long as he's an enemy, I'll kill him. However, you're not an enemy. You're my roommate. At least, you're my roommate now. Since you're my roommate, I should get along well with you. Tang Dong was stunned. He lowered his head and said softly, I'm sorry. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. Ha. It's fine. Isn't it fine now? Let's go. Let's go to the dormitory. Okay. The 2 of them walked towards the dormitory with their arms around each other's shoulders. The elder who had been watching from the side laughed. He looked at the 2 of them, or more accurately, at Yuhao's figure. What an interesting kid. He then looked at the blade that was stabbed into the ground and the three Yuhao that were standing in their original positions. The blade and the three Yuhao suddenly turned into white fog and dissipated. It can turn anything into an object or a life form. This 100,000-year soul skill is really interesting. Yuhao and Tang Dong entered the classroom together. After they entered, all the girls and boys looked at them. They were too handsome, pretty. The two of them looked at the group of idiots who were dazzling with stars in their eyes. They felt helpless. It was a sin to be handsome, pretty. The two of them picked a seat next to each other and sat down. Immediately, all the girls and boys surrounded them and asked them many questions. For example, did they have any female or male friends? When he heard someone call Yuhao Miss, Yuhao's expression changed instantly. He immediately gave those people a spiritual shock. Those people also left resentfully. Are you a girl? Tang Dong leaned closer to Yuhao and asked softly. No, I'm not a girl. I'm a real man. You, on the other hand, actually have a woman's fragrance on you. Yuhao looked at Tang Dong. Tang Dong was stunned, and his face instantly turned red. He immediately turned his head and ignored him. He was secretly delighted. It's good that you're not a girl, he thought to himself. Yuhao tilted his head. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, someone walked into the classroom. It was an old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair. Her white hair was curled up on top of her head. She wore a long white robe and had a medium build. What was very strange was that she had a pair of very bright eyes. Her black pupils radiated light in all directions. There was no doubt that she was the teacher of Class 1. When they saw the teacher walk in, the previously chaotic class immediately quieted down. Everyone's gazes were focused on the podium. The old lady's gaze calmly swept from left to right. Immediately, everyone felt as if they were being watched by her. An invisible pressure appeared in their hearts. I'm Zhou Yi, your teacher in charge. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to walk through the next year with me. However, I want to tell you that in my class, no trash will be able to pass the test. I want to nurture monsters, not trash. After hearing her words, many students revealed indignant looks on their faces. To be able to pass the test and become Shrek Academy students, they were all carefully selected from the various countries on the continent. Amongst their peers, they could definitely be called elites. However, in Teacher Zhou's words, they had become trash and idiots. On the other hand, Yuhao was very calm. When he'd first seen Teacher Zhou, he'd recalled what his eldest senior brother and teacher Xiao had said. This Teacher Zhou was very strict and had a very bad temper, but she was truly capable. Those who have fought in the past few days of registration, please stand up. Zhou Yi's next sentence shocked the entire class once again. These students had all just been recruited. Who would fight in the academy for no reason? Even if they did, who would admit to it? Just as the entire class remained silent, one person stood up. It was Yuhao. He stood up not only because he was honest, but also because he'd faintly guessed that this teacher Zhou wouldn't act according to common sense. When Tang Dong saw Yuhao stand up, he stood up as well. Everyone was shocked. These two handsome and beautiful people were actually fighting. They immediately became the focus of the entire class, like cranes standing amongst chickens. Zhou Yi raised her eyebrows. Just the two of you? What a bunch of trash. Don't you know that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre? Other than the two of them, everyone else get out. Run 100 laps around Shrek Plaza. Anyone who can't finish running will be expelled. When she said this, the entire class went into an uproar. This was only the first day of school, and classes hadn't even started yet. However, they were actually going to be punished just because they hadn't fought. Who could accept this? Immediately, a student stood up. Teacher, I can't accept this. Why are we being punished just because we didn't fight? Zhou indifferently said, because I said it. If you can't accept this, you can scram. As the teacher in charge, I have the authority to expel any student. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see you start running around Shrek Plaza in 1 minute, all of you will be expelled. As she spoke, a terrifying aura surged out from her body. The powerful soul power undulations caused every single student present to feel as if they couldn't breathe. Soul rings rose from beneath Zhou Yi's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. This teacher Zhou was actually a soul emperor-ranked expert. Furthermore, she had 2 10,000-year soul rings. The only ones who remained calm were Yuhao and Tang Dong. After all, these students were only new students. Who would dare to resist under such pressure? All of them stood up and walked out of the classroom with their tails between their legs. Zhou Yi's soul rings were released, and she expressionlessly watched the students leave the classroom. Let me remind you that you only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, those who haven't run 100 laps will be disqualified. This is your first test. Those who don't pass will be expelled. After hearing her words, the students' movements immediately sped up. They quickly ran to the sports field after leaving the classroom. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression seemed to have become much gentler as she waved at the 2 of them. Tang Dong and Yuhao walked over together. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the 2 of them. Not bad. At least there's still 2 hot-blooded kids. Tell me, who did you fight with and why? Tang Dong was just about to open his mouth when Yuhao interrupted him. Teacher, we're roommates. We had a conflict because of small matter. Chapter 40. When he woke up the next day, Yuhao felt refreshed. He had overdrawn his soul force yesterday, but Tang Dong helped him back to his dorm. He remembered that he had consumed a pill. He felt his soul force. He hurriedly took out the soul power detector and injected it. Whoosh! It showed that he was at the peak of 26. He had broken through another rank. Tang Dong came in and explained that it was the effect of the mysterious water pill. Tang Dong patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go and have breakfast. I want to eat 2 servings today." Yuhao laughed. "All right, I can eat 60 servings now." Tang Dong glared at him. "Are you a pig?" "No, I eat more than a pig. I have the title of Glutton Highness." "Can you really eat that much?" Tang Dong couldn't believe it. "Why don't we compete?" Yuhao asked. "Let's compete. I don't believe that I can't beat you in terms of eating. Whoever wins will pay." "All right, we'll do it. We'll do as you say." Tang Dong and Yuhao walked out together. Canteen. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the 2-meter-tall pile of bowls on the table and the 1-meter-tall pile beside it. Fuck! Are you a rice bucket? Or do you have a bottomless pit in your stomach? Tang Dong stared at Yuhao in disbelief. "I lost in terms of strength and speed, but why did I lose to him in terms of eating? Heavens, it's not fair." Burp. "I'm sorry to have made you spend so much money." Yuhao burped and laughed. The people around them whispered, "He actually dares to compete with Glutton Highness in terms of eating. This guy is really looking for death." Poseidon Lake. Although the sea god lake was only a man-made lake, the lake water was extremely clear. The azure lake water was blue in color, 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 and blue in color was gentle and elegant. On the surface of the blue brocade lake, there was a layer of slight ripples, just like the bright eyes of a little girl. It reflected the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the shady green trees by the lakeside. This place is really beautiful. Wang Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath and stretch his body. When he stretched his body, his shirt was inevitably pulled up, revealing his round and perky buttocks. Yuhao wasn't looking there on purpose, but his unintentional glance reminded him of the white thing he saw yesterday. He awkwardly turned his head and looked at the Poseidon Lake. This Poseidon Lake covered an extremely large area, perhaps even larger than the Shrek Academy's main campus to the west of Shrek Plaza. In the distance, there was a layer of fog on the surface of the water. There seemed to be houses in the midst of the lake in the distance. He couldn't help but think to himself, that should be the inner court, right? Yeah, that's... Just as Yuhao was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a red figure appear in the mist of the lake. "What's wrong?" Tang Dong asked doubtfully. Yuhao pointed in the direction he was looking at. "Look, there's someone there." The red figure was sprinting across the surface of the water at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it seemed like it was rushing in their direction. Yuhao and Tang Dong looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, "A senior from the inner court?" The red figure was astonishingly fast. It only took a short while for it to reach the center of the lake. Every time the tip of its foot touched the surface of the lake, it would cause ripples to appear. However, it relied on the slight buoyancy to continuously increase its speed. It was like a red cloud that was rapidly drifting forward. As she got closer, Yuhao could see her even more clearly. Not only were her clothes red, even her hair was blood red. She was tall and slender, and she had breasts. She was a senior from the inner courtyard. However, her entire body exuded a piercingly cold and ferocious aura, as if she were a terrifying soul beast. She wore a red mask on her face, and even her exposed eyes were blood red. The air around her was slightly distorted. Wherever she passed, the water beneath her feet would evaporate and ripple. Something's not right. It feels very strange. The surrounding temperature is actually rising. Yuhao was astonished. This senior looks very strong. Look, he's running on the surface of the lake without even releasing his martial soul. Tang Dong was excited. "Tang Dong, let's leave quickly." Yuhao hurriedly shouted at him. "Why? The surrounding temperature?" Tang Dong also felt that something was amiss. The two of them hurriedly flew up. Tang Dong released his martial soul. Yuhao used his external attachment soul bone. The red figure was already in front of them. A terrifyingly high temperature instantly erupted. Tang Dong and Yuhao felt as if they were engulfed in a sea of fire. The two of them fell to the ground at the same time. All the vegetation within a radius of tens of meters instantly turned into a burnt yellow color. The difference in their cultivations was too great. Tang Dong wanted to unleash his soul skill, but he was immediately hit by the terrifying heat just as he activated his soul power. He groaned and fainted. Yuhao hurriedly blocked in front of him. The figure attacked Yuhao. The terrifyingly high temperature caused Yuhao to be unable to move. "Damn it! Am I going to die like this?" "Die your ass. Don't keep thinking about dying. Leave it to me." A cold voice sounded. That voice sounded like, suddenly, Yuhao's vision turned black. He closed his eyes and stood there quietly. However, the high temperature around him suddenly plummeted. It exceeded negative 150 degrees Celsius. His surroundings started to be covered in frost. Ice blue scales suddenly grew on Yuhao's body. A pair of dragon horns appeared on his head, and his arms turned into dragon claws. A pair of enormous icy blue dragon wings spread out from his back. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned icy blue, and his pupils were vertical. "It's been 3 years. My second martial soul has finally awakened," Yuhao said plainly. He waved his left hand, and a weapon suddenly appeared. It was an icy blue halberd. It was 3 meters long, and there was an ice dragon engraved on its handle. However, it was a little transparent. "TSK, you can only use it in an illusory state?" Yuhao twitched his mouth. "However, even if it's illusory, it's enough. Since you're the descendant of a phoenix, I'll spare your life," Yuhao said plainly as he looked at the red-clothed lady. Yuhao suddenly jumped up and spun around. After that, he threw the illusory halberd at the red-clothed lady. Wherever the halberd passed, it was instantly frozen. Even the Poseidon Lake was instantly frozen. The illusory halberd pierced the red-clothed lady between her eyebrows. The moment it pierced her, the halberd disappeared. The red-clothed lady was instantly frozen into an ice cube and fell into the lake. "Your second martial soul has been awakened. Now, we're just waiting for you to make a trip to the extreme north. The first soul ring of your second martial soul is waiting for you there," Yuhao said plainly. After that, dozens of figures rushed over at an astonishing speed from afar. "A title d'honneur is here." Yuhao punched himself. After that, he fainted on the ground and withdrew his second martial soul. "Not good. We've injured the students from the outer courtyard." The leader of the group was an old man in white. He suddenly took a step forward in midair. It was as if he had shuttled through space, and he arrived beside Yuhao and Wang Dong. He gestured with his hands, and the two of them immediately floated into the air. Fortunately, they've only fainted. They haven't suffered any injuries. Teacher Li, please treat them. Yes. Another middle-aged man in white hurriedly stepped forward and treated Yuhao and Wang Dong. If Yuhao and Wang Dong were still conscious, they would have definitely recognized this teacher, Li, as the sole saint-ranked expert who'd used his tree of life to heal their entire class yesterday. His soul rings blossomed, and circles of green light surrounded Yuhao and Wang Dong's bodies. A miraculous scene appeared. The surrounding plants that were covered in frost started to recover at an astonishing speed. One could vaguely see that the plants on the banks of the Poseidon Lake were emitting a faint green light that surged towards Yuhao and Wang Dong, slowly entering their bodies. Xiao is here. With a splash, a white-clothed man fished out a huge block of ice from the water. Inside the block of ice was a red-clothed lady. The white-clothed old man stepped forward and tried to break the block of ice. However, the block of ice didn't crack at all. He was astonished. He actually couldn't break this block of ice with his strength. Then, he looked at the frozen lake. What a terrifying ice seal skill. It's just like the 1,000-mile ice seal of the 9 great dragon kings recorded in Dolua's virtues. He looked towards Yuhao and Tang Dong. Was it one of them? It couldn't be, right? These two kids should only be around rank 20. It's impossible for them to do that, unless there's an expert behind them. The white-clothed old man said, Teacher Li, send these 2 students back. Tell them to forget what they saw earlier. Give them high-grade compensation. All right, let's go back. Yuhao's spiritual world, Han Tian, Brother Sky Dream. This is... Yuhao looked at the second martial soul he'd released. He couldn't react for a long time. This is your second martial soul. Brother Sky Dream said, You don't have to ask so many questions. You can't reveal this martial soul now. Remember, you can't reveal it to anyone. Oh, Yuhao didn't know why, but he still did as he was told. Light Rain Hao, since your second martial soul has already awakened, you should prepare to awaken your third martial soul. A voice sounded. Yuhao looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a gray-clothed man standing there. You are. Yuhao didn't know why, but he couldn't stop trembling when he saw him. The man smiled. Remember what I said. You have to be prepared at all times. I don't know when your third martial soul will awaken. Yes, I know. Yuhao was shocked again. I actually have a third martial soul. Tang Dong and Yuhao woke up at the same time. When they saw the white-clothed middle-aged man standing in front of them, Tang Dong said angrily, What's going on? What kind of monster was that just now? The white-clothed middle-aged man said indifferently, You're fine now. As for what you saw just now, please forget it. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the academy. I'll give you these 2 items as compensation. I believe you're both smart people. As he spoke, he tossed a green item to Yuhao and Wang Dong. The 2 of them subconsciously raised their hands to catch it. The white-clothed middle-aged man had already soared into the air and was heading towards Poseidon Lake. Go to class. Remember, forget everything that you saw just now. Yuhao and Tang Dong looked at each other in dismay. They were stunned for a while. Yuhao, what do you think is going on? Tang Dong asked softly. Yuhao shook his head. It seems like we've met a lunatic, right? Tang Dong lowered his head to look at the green item in his hand. He was stunned for a moment before his face was filled with joy. Wow, we're rich. The Soul Ascension Pill. It's actually a soul advancement pill. Yuhao looked at it as well. It really is a soul advancement pill. He was a little astonished. Forget it. Let's hurry to class. Yuhao said. Aren't you going to ask me about the effects of a soul advancement pill? I'll tell you if you treat me to lunch. Tang Dong said. Yuhao took out all of his assets and said, I'm a homeless orphan anyway. These are all of my assets. You could do whatever you want. Yuhao was stunned. You're an orphan? Yuhao nodded. Tang Dong continued. You don't even have a blanket on your bed in your dorm room. Isn't that because you're training so hard? Are you unwilling to spend money on a blanket? Yuhao said, I still have money to eat. I have a huge appetite, and the food in the canteen is quite expensive. Tang Dong unknowingly stopped in his tracks. Well, Yuhao unnaturally stopped as well. What are you doing? Class is about to start. We have to hurry. Tang Dong pursed his lips and stared at Yuhao. Yuhao felt goosebumps when he saw Tang Dong's stare. What's wrong with you? Did that fellow just now burn your brain? Tang Dong took a deep breath through his nose and slowly exhaled. Yuhao, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were an orphan. I shouldn't have bullied you. Yuhao chuckled and said, You didn't bully me either, did you? Tang Dong slapped him on the shoulder a little angrily. Can you not interrupt me when I'm feeling emotional? Let's go to class. I'll pay for your meals in the future. Yuhao shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Teacher, shall you help me think of a way? I'll sell grilled fish every day after school. That'll be enough for my living expenses. I'll treat you to grilled fish tonight. You know how to grill fish? All right, I'll try it next time. Poseidon's island in the middle of the lake. Crack! There was a shattering sound, and many pieces of ice fell to the ground. A girl dressed in red opened her eyes. Her eyes were pale pink, and the blood had already faded. There was a look of confusion in her eyes. That's strange. Why do I feel like... She lowered her head subconsciously to look at herself. Her wet clothes had already dried. She jumped down from the bed and took off the broken mask on her face, revealing her slightly pale, oval face. She looked like she wasn't even 18 years old. The contours of her face were a little cold, but that couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Her voluptuous figure was revealed as she stood there, like a ripe peach. You're awake. An old voice sounded, and a long sigh sounded. Shout out. You almost made a huge mistake this time. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but a terrifying ice-type energy from the outside world surged into your body and completely suppressed the evil fire in your body. It even sealed you in ice. That ice-type energy was at least negative 200 degrees Celsius. It was ultimate ice. Do you remember what you encountered after you rushed out of the Poseidon Lake? There was a giant ice-blue dragon. I don't remember anything else. The girl in red called Xiaodao was a little lost. Giant ice-blue dragon. Could it really be the legendary Frost Dragon King? The white-robed elder thought to himself. The white-robed elder came in front of her and said in a low voice, Why didn't you tell me that you couldn't suppress the evil fire in your body? Do you know that you almost caused a disaster this time? 2 outer courtyard students almost died under your evil fire. Xiaodao was stunned. I didn't know it would be so serious. I thought I could control it. But the white-robed elder sighed and said, The longer you suppress it, the more powerful it will be when it erupts. Xiaodao, from now on, you should temporarily stop cultivating. Even though you are the #1 genius of the Shrek Academy in hundreds of years, you can't be destroyed for the sake of the Academy. If the evil fire destroys your consciousness the next time, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaodao stubbornly said, No, teacher, I want to cultivate. I promise that it won't happen again. I could feel that the evil and scorching heat of the evil flame had been sealed in ice by a mysterious power. There won't be any problems for at least half a year. But what kind of power is that? How can it suppress my evil phoenix fire? The white-robed elder pondered for a moment and said, It's an ice-type power that's very close to absolute zero. We've studied the shattered ice, and its purity isn't flawless. There isn't a single flaw, and it's somewhat similar to the Frost Dragon King's 1,000 miles of ice recorded in Dolua of Destiny. That kind of ice can completely suppress the evil fire's effects on your body. It can even seal the evil fire in ice. This is many times better than any other method we've used before. Xiaodao was doubtful. But there shouldn't be a soul beast or martial soul as strong as the Frost Dragon King in this world. I've never heard of such a martial soul, and it shouldn't appear in our academy. Could it be that someone has infiltrated the academy? The white-robed elder shook his head and said, I've already sent people to investigate. Originally, I thought that it was someone sent by the families of those 2 students to protect them. However, after investigating, I realized that it wasn't possible. One of those students is called Tang Dong, and the other is called Yuhao. Yuhao is a specially recruited student from the Tangman Academy. I've asked Bei, and he and Tang met him in the outskirts of the Great Star Do Forest and brought him back. He's very talented, and he's an orphan. He only has a strong sister in his family. However, no matter how strong his sister is, it's impossible for her to sneak into Shrek Academy without anyone noticing. Tang Dong, on the other hand, has a very strong background. However, his background isn't that of an ice-type martial soul. As for the academy, I've already investigated it many times. There are many students and teachers with ice-type martial souls, but I've never seen one with such a terrifying ice-type martial soul. It's really strange. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Under Zhou Yi's strict and perverted guidance, Class 1 had completely changed. However, the higher-ups of the academy were astonished to find out that there were still 67 students left in Class 1, which had Zhou Yi as their teacher in charge after 3 months of baptism. This was completely different from the academy's estimate of a third of the students remaining. If one were to ask who had changed the most in Class 1 over the past 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Yuhao. 3 months ago, he'd been ranked 25. Now he was ranked 29. He was infinitely close to becoming a soul elder. The increase in his soul force wasn't important. What made him the happiest was that his physical body could now defeat a soul ancestor. He could defeat a soul ancestor with a single punch without using his martial soul or soul force. Although he hadn't tried it before, he felt that he could do it. In terms of soul tools, he'd successfully created a Class 5 close combat soul tool, which had shocked Fan Yu and Kaitu. He truly deserved to be called a freak in the field of soul tools. If they knew that Yuhao could create a Class 6 soul tool, who knew how they'd feel? Tang Dong's soul force was the same as Yuhao's. They were both very close to that of a soul elder. He wasn't like Yuhao, who could defeat a soul ancestor with a single punch, but defeating a soul elder wasn't a problem at all. Today's physical class will be suspended. Zhou Yi stood on the lectern, her aged face still indifferent. However, as long as they were in her class, almost all of the students would sit up straight. Not a single one of them dared to make any strange movements. 3 months have passed since the start of the semester. You'll also be taking your first test to enter Shrek Academy. You'll officially become a Year 1 student after passing the test, and become a true member of Shrek Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to continue cultivating in the academy, at least until the Year 1 graduation test. The test will begin tomorrow. Today, I'll explain the main points of the test to you. After the test, I'll teach you according to your aptitude. Write down the direction of your future cultivation and pass it to me later. After that, the students began to split into groups. Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were in the first group. When Yuhao saw Xiao Xiao, that desolate feeling appeared in his heart again. However, what surprised him was that Tang Dong also felt like crying. Chapter 41. Yuhao tried to use his spiritual shock on Xie Huanyue, but he suddenly realized that his spiritual shock seemed to be blocked by his opponent's fat body. It's actually useless? Xie Huanyue, who had transformed into a meatball, exerted some strength and relied on the recoil to bounce into the air. His second soul ring suddenly lit up, and his originally short and thick right arm suddenly swung out. At the same time that Yuhao's spiritual shock took effect, his arms suddenly elongated and accurately struck the 3 lives soul crush cauldrons that were rushing towards him. Even though Xiao Xiao immediately used her cauldron quake, Xie Huanyue's arm was completely immune to her skill. With a sweep of his monstrous strength, he actually forced the 3 lives soul crush cauldrons away. His fat ball-like body also fell from the sky. The arm that swept away the 3 lives soul crush cauldrons stretched out once again and went straight for Xiao Xiao. Yuhao grabbed Xiao Xiao's waist, and his body swayed like a ghost. He actually dodged Xie Huanyue's attack and rolled on the ground with Xiao Xiao, avoiding the heavy weight of Xie Huanyue's body. Xie Huanyue's huge body landed on the ground, but there was no heavy sound of collision. This time, he didn't bounce up, either. Instead, He rolled on the ground and chased after Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Tang Dong had also defeated the Luo brothers. When he saw that the situation wasn't good, he rushed over to help. However, Tang Dong catch Xiao Xiao. Yuhao tossed Xiao Xiao into the air, and Tang Dong caught her just in time. The third soul ring on the huge meatball finally lit up, and a purple light instantly illuminated his body, causing Xie Huanyue to look like a huge purple ball. Following his low roar, an intense purple halo suddenly erupted from his body. He was about to collide with Yuhao. Yuhao, class monitor! Tang Dong and Xiao Xiao exclaimed at the same time. Just as the huge meatball was about to collide with Yuhao did something very strange. He actually stabbed his hands into the ground and pulled them up with all his strength. Boom! A huge stone slab was pulled out just like that, and Yuhao placed the stone slab at 140 degrees in front of him in the spectators' arena. Elder Xian's eyes lit up. Huh, this kid is really smart. He can even think of this. The huge meatball directly rolled up the ramp and directly charged out of the arena. He didn't continue his next move and fell off the stage just like that. Boom! Xie Huanyue eliminated. Silence. Everyone looked at Yuhao in disbelief. Is this possible? Teams to win is two's team victories wins team has the team wins team to win. Teams to team to win to the Yuhao's teams to team he Xian as he was Xiao Xiao to Luo Yu and to Xiao Zhao's and to Xiao and to Xiao Zhao's twos to the stage. Xiao is on. To Zhao's. You were actually able to remain calm and think of a solution at that time. I really have to hand it to you. The two of them chattered nonstop. All right. We've already won. Don't talk about it anymore. Hurry up and rest. In the spectators' arena, Elder Xian stood up, picked up a drumstick and a wine gourd, and walked off the stage. He muttered, "These three are interesting little fellows, especially this Yuhao. I can't even see the true color of his soul rings. It seems like only the pavilion master can see through it, but it's a pity that spiritual-type soul beasts are too rare." As for the teachers of Shrek Academy, they were still in a daze. They'd seen many geniuses before, but it was rare to see a freshman like Yuhao, who was able to calmly think of a way to break out of a hopeless situation when his life was in danger. The Outer Courtyard's Martial Soul Department's teaching director, Du Weiluan, came to Zhou Yi's side. "Teacher Zhou, congratulations on teaching such good students. Tell me about the child with the dragon martial spirit and twin martial spirit. I believe that these two kids have the qualifications to become core disciples of the Outer Courtyard." Zhou, he felt that something was amiss. She hurriedly said, "Director Du, there's still Yuhao. He's the core of the team, as well as the team's captain. Everyone has seen his strength. He's extremely smart and flexible, and his strength isn't bad either. Why can't he become a core disciple?" Du Weiluan stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "He has 2 soul rings. To have 2 soul rings at the age of 11, he is indeed very talented. However, both of his soul rings are white. This kind of soul ring combination is simply wasting his talent. He should be an extremely rare spiritual-type soul master. Have you ever thought about it? How many spiritual-type soul beasts are there? I'm afraid that this kid won't be able to become a core disciple." After he finished speaking, he walked off the stage. Zhou Yi's entire body trembled. She didn't say that the color of Yuhao's soul rings was fake. She suddenly thought of a plan to make the Martial Soul Department regret it. Fan Yu was worthy of being Zhou Yi's lover. He immediately guessed what Zhou Yi was thinking. He patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Yuhao is a core disciple of my Soul Tool Department. His talent with soul tools is extremely frightening. The Martial Soul Department will definitely regret giving up on Yuhao." Okay, today, the champion of this year's elimination tournament would be decided. Now that they'd reached the semifinals, they wouldn't back down no matter what. Compared to yesterday, there were even more spectators today. Of course, the spectators were all teachers. The students still had to continue with their lessons. However, The sloppy old man who'd appeared on the stage yesterday didn't appear again. The 12 students who'd entered the semifinals stood together. The person in charge of drawing lots today was no longer the director of the Outer Courtyard's Martial Soul Department, Du Weiluan. A white-clothed old man had taken his place. When he saw this old man, Yuhao couldn't help but be startled. This was because he'd seen this old man before. It was when he and Tang Dong had first met Ma Xiaotao in her berserk state. At that time, this old man had been the one in charge of the teachers who'd rushed over from Poseidon Island. Today, when the freshman assessment was in its final stage, his appearance clearly proved his lofty status in the academy. Even Du Weiluan, who held great authority in the outer courtyard, was only standing respectfully by his side. "Hello, young people. I'm Yin Xiaojia, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy." The white-clothed old man smiled as he spoke. His temperament was extremely gentle. He gave off the feeling that he was just an ordinary old man. What kind of status did Shrek Academy's dean have? As the dean of the continent's #1 academy, he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with any country's emperor. Furthermore, the dean of Shrek Academy was definitely a super expert on the level of a titled Doloa. He was a true peak existence on the continent of Doloa. I know that you're all very curious as to why I'm here. That's right. Normally speaking, even if the freshman assessment is in its final phase, the appearance of a vice dean is enough to show how much importance the academy places on you. However, I have to say that I'm very satisfied with the performance of this batch of freshmen. You're also the batch of freshmen with the best talent in the past 100 years. I'm very interested in all of you, so I'm here. Furthermore, I'll be watching all of your matches today. I hope that you'll be able to surprise me. All right, let's start drawing lots. Class 1. Yuhao's team, step forward and draw lots. Yuhao would be the one to draw lots. They would be competing in the second arena. There were only 4 numbers in that box. 2 were number 1, and 2 were number 2. Class 5, Dai Huabin's team, draw lots. Yuhao's body suddenly trembled when he heard the name Dai Huabin. He clenched his fists tightly and trembled nonstop. His deep blue eyes instantly turned blood red, and his sky blue hair was dyed with a few strands of blood red. However, they disappeared in an instant. However, Tang Dong could sense a terrifying killing intent that had been restrained. "What's wrong, Yuhao?" He patted Yuhao. "That damn pervert. It's that damn pervert." Yuhao said hatefully in a low voice as he grabbed Tang Dong's hand. Only the two of them could hear what he was saying. He stared intently at the youth. He had a handsome, yet cold face. His long golden hair was parted in the middle of his head and draped over his shoulders. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that there were actually 2 pupils in his deep blue eyes. He was also slightly taller than his peers. "It's really him. That damned pervert." Yuhao's eyes and hair were dyed with a hint of blood red once again. However, it disappeared again. However, Tang Dong saw it. When he saw Yuhao in this state, he couldn't help but tremble. He actually felt afraid just now. Spiritual world. Wahaha. I've finally woken up. Ha ha ha. It's been 10,000 years. I don't know if the main body has forgotten me. I don't know if that stupid arrow still recognizes me. It seems like the main body has 10 memory seals. A demonic figure appeared. "Oh, you've actually woken up?" The enormous golden moth looked at the blood-red figure in disbelief. "That's right. Can't you see who he is? Slaughter, evil, destruction, and finality. All of these terrifying things are concentrated on him. The main body's killing intent has awakened him. He has no choice but to awaken. However, the main body can't use him yet, right? At the very least, he has to awaken the holy law of necromancy. Only then can he try to awaken you. So, you could dream on for now." A person who looked very similar to Yuhao said plainly. "Fuck, you can't play like this." Yuhao and the other 2 had successfully won. Furthermore, as the main control-type soul master, Yuhao had personally taken action. Without using his martial soul, he had directly beaten up the 3 soul grandmasters. It felt like he was venting his anger. This made everyone extremely astonished. A control-type Soul Master's body was actually so strong. Dai Huabin had also won. From the looks of it, their battle was already set in stone. They could only wait until the afternoon. Tang Dong saw Hui Yuhao's terrifying blood-red eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Tang Dong and Xiao Xiao felt that Hui Yuhao's ruthless attitude today was very strange. They asked him about it, but he didn't say anything. When they reached the dormitory, Hui Yuhao could only tell Hui Yuhao that Dai Huabin was his older brother under Tang Dong's urging, as well as his dark history when he was young. Tang Dong was so angry when he heard this that he wanted to drag Hui Yuhao to fight it out with Dai Huabin. However, he was stopped by Hui Yuhao in the end. Don't interfere in the afternoon. I'll deal with him myself. If you really can't do it, use the golden light path. The assessment area was very quiet. Even though it was already the finals of the freshman assessment, there weren't any spectators. Shrek Academy's assessment system considered the privacy of every student's abilities as much as possible. Therefore, the assessment wasn't open to other students to spectate. All the students who weren't participating in the assessment continued to attend classes. As a result, this afternoon's finals had the fewest number of students in the assessment area. Of course, having fewer students didn't mean that there would be fewer spectators. Almost all the teachers from the outer courtyard who didn't have classes were gathered in the assessment area to spectate. Shrek Academy's dean, Yin Xiaozhe, had also personally come. He was accompanied by Du Weiluan and a group of teachers as he ascended the stage. The reason why Dean Yin Xiaozhe had personally come to spectate was because this batch of freshmen was exceptionally strong. Generally speaking, even students from Shrek Academy had to wait until they were in their third year to reach 3-ringed. At the same time, having a 3-ring cultivation was a prerequisite for a third year to advance to a fourth year. However, there were already 3-ring students in this batch of freshmen. With this kind of strength, they were practically guaranteed to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Yin Xiaozhe also wanted to see who the champion of this batch of freshmen would be. Comparatively speaking, he paid more attention to Hui Yuhao's team. Wang Dong's radiant butterfly goddess was one of a kind, even in the Shrek Academy. Xiao Zhao's twin martial souls had even greater potential for development. Twin martial souls had been rare since the day Soul Masters had appeared in the continent of Doluo, and it was still the same even now. As the #1 academy in the world, the Shrek Academy only had 3 students with twin martial souls, including Xiao Xiao. As for the other 2, they were already disciples of the inner courtyard. Furthermore, they were both ranked in the top 10 of the inner courtyard. As for Hui Yuhao, Du Weiluan had also explained his situation to Dean Yin Xiaozhe in detail. He was 11 years old this year and possessed a rare spiritual type body soul. His soul power was at the peak of rank 29, and he was extremely intelligent. It could be said that his innate talent was extremely good. Unfortunately, his first and second soul rings were white, which wasted his innate talent. Furthermore, spiritual type soul beasts were rare to begin with, so if you were to nurture them, Yin Xiaozhe also knew what Du Weiluan was going to say next. It was just that he was difficult to nurture, so it was better to give up. Truthfully speaking, Yin Xiaozhe didn't want to give up on such a good seedling. However, he had to admit that Hui Yuhao's 2 white soul rings had indeed ruined his future. Furthermore, spiritual type soul beasts were rare to begin with, so he had no choice but to seriously consider whether or not he should let Hui Yuhao become a core disciple. Weiluan, who do you think will win today's match? Yin Xiaozhe asked with a smile. Du Weiluan said, I still think that Dai Huabin's team is slightly better. Although Hui Yuhao's team has already defeated 2 teams led by soul elders, they're still very strong. Dai Huabin's team is definitely stronger in terms of overall strength. This is especially true for his 2 teammates, who aren't weak either. Both of them have a chance of entering the inner courtyard in the future. Yin Xiaozhe smiled and nodded. Right at this moment, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out. Director Du, since you think that Dai Huabin will win, then I'll say that the other team will win. Yin Xiaozhe didn't turn around, but a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Qian Duo Duo, why are you here? I knew it was you the moment I smelled the stench of money on your body. The person who had just arrived was a sturdy man in his 50s. He didn't have a single wrinkle on his face, but his white hair resembled steel needles, which made him seem like he'd been through a lot. His tall and sturdy figure seemed to have been carved out of granite. He was at least 2 meters tall, and his back was broad. His shoulders were broad, and his back was broad. His firm muscles didn't slacken because of his age. His bronze skin reflected a metallic luster under the sunlight, and there was a strong metallic smell coming from his body. Fan Yu was next to him. Yin Xiaozhe didn't turn around, but Du Weiluan had already turned around. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes before he hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, Vice Dean Qian. What brings you here?" Vice Dean Qian Duo, who always had a smile on his face, was the one in charge of the Soul Tool Department's daily affairs. In the Soul Tool Department, he was only second to one person. His position was even higher than Du Weiluan's. Vice Dean Qian Duo chuckled and said, "Aren't I just passing by? I just happened to hear you and old Yin talking about who would win. I like to gamble. Old Yin, do you want to make a bet?" Yin Xiaozhe finally turned around and laughed. "You reek of money. You'll never wake up early if there's no profit to be made. I don't believe that your goal is so simple. If you want to covet the people of our martial soul department, you'll have to watch carefully." Qian Duo casually walked over to Yin Xiaozhe and sat down. He said casually, "What do you mean by the people of your martial soul department? They're only new students, and they haven't really chosen their departments yet. Furthermore, they'll only decide which department to specialize in when they're in their 3rd year. Your martial soul department is only doing basic education. Are you going to bet or not? Hurry up." Yin Xiaozhe wasn't fooled by Qian Duoduo's provocation. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm not betting. Old Qian, you're trying to fish money out of me. I'll tell on you to Lin or later." The muscles on Qian Duoduo's face twitched, and he said with grief and indignation, "Stop it. You were already good at acting shamelessly when you were young. Compared to you, my character is much better. You always use Lin as a shield. Don't you have any shame?" Yin Xiaozhe glanced at Qian Duoduo's indignant expression and chuckled. "All right, what do you want to bet?" Qian Duo revealed a smile once again. "If my team wins, you have to let me choose a new student from the Martial Soul Department to join the Soul Tool Department within a year. You're not allowed to obstruct me in any way." Yin Xiaozhe snorted coldly. "I knew that you were up to no good. I'm not betting." Qian Duo calmly said, "Don't be anxious. Let me finish first. I've taken a fancy to that Yuhao. I heard from Fan Yu that he's extremely frightening in the Soul Tool Department, so I picked him. I heard that your Martial Soul Department can't afford to nurture him, right? Why don't you give him to my Soul Tool Department?" Yin Xiaozhe was suddenly stunned. He looked at Yuhao, who had an indifferent expression on his face. This old guy actually came for this kid? Is his talent in the Soul Tool Department really that frightening? To be honest, he didn't want to give up on this kid. He'd reached rank 29 at the age of 11, and his talent was extremely good. When he reached rank 30, he could go to the Great Star Dove Forest to try his luck and catch a 1,000-year spiritual type soul beast to make up for his shortcomings. However, Yin Xiaozhe looked at Qian Duo and asked, "How frightening is this kid's talent in soul tools?" Qian Duo laughed. "It's extremely frightening. Did you know? This kid, Yuhao, is already a class 4 soul engineer." He didn't mention that Yuhao had already created a class 5 soul tool. He had his own plans. "What did you say?" Yin Xiaozhe's pupils shrank. He was in disbelief. Even Du Weiluan was in disbelief. Yuhao can actually create a class 4 soul tool? How is that possible? Unless he's a rank 40 soul ancestor, there's no way he can create a class 4 soul tool. Ha ha ha. Nothing is impossible. Yuhao's spiritual power made up for his lack of soul power. No matter what, you have to give this kid to me. I'm certain that this kid will create a new faction of soul tools in the future. In fact, he was right. 9 years later, Yuhao created a new faction that transcended the century. Yin Xiaozhe thought for a moment, then said, "Let me think about it. All right, when Yuhao wins, You can give him to me if you don't want him. Are you so sure that he'll win? Haha, just wait and see. Yuhao hasn't used his full strength yet. On Dai Huabin's side, the auras of the white tiger and the netherworld civet were completely fusing. It was a very strange feeling. The white tiger seemed to be devouring the netherworld civet, and intense soul power undulations erupted from their fused bodies. Black and white lights completely fused together as a golden halo spread out. It was a completely sublime feeling. The combination of the evil-eyed white tiger and the netherworld civet created a huge figure that was more than 8 meters long and 2 meters tall in the center of the assessment area. It was Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion skill, the netherworld white tiger. The huge white tiger's body seemed a little transparent, and it was completely illusory. However, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's figures had already disappeared. On Yuhao's side, an illusory white gold dragon and a dreamlike golden vertical eye gradually came together. The dragon opened its huge wings and enveloped the vertical eye. Suddenly, a bright light shone, and a strange white gold vertical eye quietly appeared. There were illusory white gold dragon wings behind this vertical eye. Blue, purplish gold, and white gold colors condensed in the center of the vertical eye. It seemed like it could shoot out at any time. The huge, illusory, white tiger roared into the sky and pounced towards the vertical eye. Its huge claws grabbed at the vertical eye. Boom! The compressed, tricolored light suddenly burst out. It directly hit the illusory white tiger. The light was like a straight path. After that, the light was like a folding fan, and it suddenly opened 120 degrees. It formed a fan-shaped path, and the surrounding space started to crack. Everywhere within 80 meters of the light was dazzling. A fan-shaped path was left behind. 2 golden statues stood in the center of the path. They were Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Their expressions were that of shock and fear. This couldn't be considered a test anymore. No one would have thought that such a terrifying battle would occur in a competition between a soul elder and a soul grandmaster. This was like a life and death battle between soul kings. It wasn't that the referee didn't want to make a move. It was just that he was completely stunned. Furthermore, he felt that he couldn't resist the strength of the golden path. Yuhao and Tang Dong supported each other. It was obvious that they had expended too much energy. Xiao Xiao finally woke up from her daze. She looked at Yuhao and Tang Dong in disbelief. When she saw that the two of them couldn't stand properly, she hurriedly supported them. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. The 3 of them looked at the stunned referee at the same time. We've won. Yes, you've won. Yuhao's team has won. I announce, the champion of the freshman assessment is Yuhao's team. It wasn't the referee's voice. It was Dean Yin Xiao's voice. Everyone looked at the figure. A tall, middle-aged man in his 50s suddenly appeared beside Yuhao. He grabbed the stunned Yuhao's left arm. Yin Xiaozhe. You actually dared to tempt a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department? Are you tired of living? He looked at Yin Xiaozhe and said angrily. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. When they saw this person, they were all shocked. They knew who this person was. He was the vice dean of the Soul Tool Department, Qian Duo, who was on the same level as Yin Xiaozhe. He actually came to snatch someone away? Wait, didn't he say that Yuhao was a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department? That can't be, right? Yuhao's talent for cultivation was already so good. His talent in Soul Tools wasn't bad either. What kind of monster was he? Everyone stared in disbelief at Yuhao, who was still rooted to the ground. When did Yuhao become a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department? Yin Xiaozhe thought to himself. He was a bit puzzled. He didn't know that Yuhao was already a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department. However, he suddenly thought of something. If Yuhao could create a Class 4 Soul Tool at the age of 11, he would definitely be taken good care of by the Soul Tool Department. It wouldn't be good if he didn't become a core disciple. So that's how it was. Yuhao was already a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department. That's a bit difficult. If worst comes to worst, I'll just pretend to be one. Oomph. Qian Duo, watch how I'll steal him from you. Qian Duo, don't you know about first come, first served? Hui Yuhao has already forgiven me. In other words, he's already accepted the privileges I gave him. He's now a disciple of the Martial Soul Department's inner courtyard. Yin Xiaozhe suddenly appeared in front of Qian Duo. He grabbed Hui Yuhao's right arm and pulled it in front of him. However, Qian Duo didn't just stand there. He pulled with all his strength, and they were now even. It was a bit of a pity for Hui Yuhao. His arms were almost torn off. Yin Xiaozhe, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Hui Yuhao was originally a core disciple of the Soul Tool Department. You actually want to steal him from the Soul Tool Department? Dream on. Qian Duo clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards Yin Xiaozhe. Hui Yuhao has already promised me. He's also received an Inner Courtyard Disciple badge. He's already an Inner Courtyard Disciple. If you want to steal him, you'll have to give me a valid reason. Yin Xiaozhe grabbed Qian Duo's fist. Do you still have any fucking shame? Where did Yuhao get an Inner Courtyard badge from? Qian Duo angrily looked at Yin Xiaozhe. For such a freak, I'm willing to be shameless. It wasn't easy for us to find a good seedling who can become the next pavilion master. How can we let him go? Yin Xiaozhe wasn't willing to be outdone. He's even using the pavilion master as his backing. Qian Duo didn't know what to say. Indeed, if Hui Yuhao was given enough time, he could definitely become the next pavilion master of Shrek's Poseidon Pavilion. He knew how important the Poseidon Pavilion's pavilion master was to Shrek. This was Shrek's Poseidon. Even he had to consider it. However, he only considered it for a moment before he reacted. He was furious as he said, "All right, Yin Xiaozhe, you're good. You're actually using your master to intimidate me? If you have the guts, make Hui Yuhao take out his Inner Courtyard badge. If he can take it out, I'll consider it." Oomph. Fine, I'll take it out. Yuhao, hurry up and take out the badge from your pocket. Yin Xiaozhe said. Everyone silently admired these two old cows eating young grass beans. Hui Yuhao said helplessly. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take it out. Both deans are grabbing my arms. How am I supposed to take it out? Hui Yuhao said weakly. The two of them were stunned. Only then did they remember that they were grabbing onto Hui Yuhao's arms. They hurriedly let go. TSK, it hurts a little. I'm finally free, Hui Yuhao muttered. Hurry up and take it out. Yin Xiaozhe said as he looked at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao tilted his head. When did Dean Yin give me the Inner Courtyard badge? He subconsciously touched his pocket. Suddenly, Hui Yuhao's body trembled. This is... He hurriedly took it out. It was a cute freak Shrek's badge. The words Inner Courtyard were engraved on it. This. Hui Yuhao looked at the badge in his hand in disbelief. Where did this badge come from? Fuck. Yin Xiaozhe, you're actually acting shamelessly. So that's how it is. When you grab Yuhao, you stuff this badge into his pocket. Can you be any more shameless? Qian Duo flew into a rage. Hee. Old Qian, don't forget, you have to carefully consider whether or not you want to give Hui Yuhao to my Martial Soul Department. Yin Xiaozhe had a look of victory on his face. Fuck you. Qian Duo couldn't hold it in any longer. He immediately punched Yin Xiaozhe. Yin Xiaozhe wasn't willing to be outdone. He immediately started to wrestle with Qian Duo. Hui Yuhao was truly speechless. These two people are actually fighting over me. Why does it seem like they're fighting over a wife? Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm the wife? Hui Yuhao's face was filled with black lines. Everyone was stunned. Two of the top figures of the Shrek Academy were actually fighting over a youth. If news of this were spread, Hui Yuhao's name would definitely become famous. Yuhao hurriedly retreated. He could only helplessly watch the two of them fight. He was truly helpless. He looked at the badge in his hand. After that, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out his Class 5 Soul Engineer badge. Dean Yin, this is my Soul Tool Department's badge. He shouted towards Yin Xiaozhe. What? Yin Xiaozhe suddenly stopped. So did Qian Duo. Actually, Qin Duo couldn't beat Yin Xiaozhe if they used their martial souls. However, their relationship wasn't bad. They couldn't really fight. When he saw the Class 5 Soul Engineer badge in Hui Yuhao's hand, his eyes brightened. He hurriedly took it and waved it in front of Yin Xiaozhe. Ha! Yin Xiaozhe, do you see this? Yuhao is already a Class 5 Soul Engineer. He's the most talented in history. Even the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy doesn't have a Class 5 Soul Engineer at such a young age. Ha! Let's see what you can do. This is really a Class 5 Soul Engineer badge. Old Qian, didn't you say Yuhao was a Class 4 Soul Engineer? Why is he a Class 5 Soul Engineer now? Oh, did I? Did I say that? Why don't I remember? Don't pretend. Everyone was in disbelief. This was because they heard the words Class 5 Soul Engineer. Hui Yuhao is actually a Class 5 Soul Engineer? How is this possible? He's only rank 29. Even Tang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, and Huang Chutian looked at Hui Yuhao in disbelief. Is he really the reincarnation of a monster? Just as Yin Xiaozhe and Qian Duo were about to fight again, a female voice rang out. Enough. The two of them stopped at the same time. Yin Xiaozhe's face twitched. He seemed to be afraid, like a mouse meeting a cat. He muttered helplessly, "Why is Xianlin here?" On the other hand, Qian Duo was as happy as if he had found a backer. "My dear wife, you're finally here. Hurry up and make a decision for your husband. Your husband can't beat old Yin, this shameless bastard. Old Yin is trying to steal our soul tool department's genius." Qian Duo shouted happily. Everyone was shocked. Vice Dean Qian's wife? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Elijah was an extremely beautiful woman. She was about 7 meters tall and looked like she was in her 30s. She had taken good care of herself, and her skin was very fair. Her black hair was tied up neatly, and her white shirt and pants were trimmed with gold. She was the dean of the Soul Tool Department, Xianlin. Yin Xiaozhe, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually dare to deceive and steal my Soul Tool Department's genius? Do you think I don't exist? Xianlin stood in front of Yin Xiaozhe, not giving him any face. Qian Duo also stuck his head out from behind her and provoked, "That's right. Do you think my wife is invisible? Do you think my wife doesn't exist? You shut up too. You're already so old, yet you're still so childish." Xianlin scolded Qian Duo. "Yes, I'll shut up. I won't talk too much." Qian Duo hurriedly covered his mouth. When Yin Xiaozhe saw Xianlin, his domineering aura suddenly deflated, and he immediately became terrified. He didn't know what to do. "All right, all of you stop arguing." An old voice rang out from all directions. The three of them trembled and immediately bowed in the air. "There's no need to bow. I think it's better to let this child dual cultivate. He can learn the knowledge of the martial soul department and soul tools. This way, it'll be beneficial to both sides. Do you guys agree?" Dual cultivate. The three of them were in disbelief. Ever since the establishment of the academy, many people had chosen to dual cultivate. However, none of them had persevered until the end. They either chose to become soul masters, soul engineers, blacksmiths, or alchemists. However, none of them had persevered until the end. The three of them discussed for a moment, then bowed towards the sky at the same time. "Understood." Hui Yuhao and everyone else were stunned. Who was the owner of this old voice? Who could make the three deans so obedient? The old voice laughed and didn't say anything else. After that, the three of them told Hui Yuhao that he could dual cultivate. Hui Yuhao was also rather satisfied with this outcome. Just like that, Hui Yuhao's name resounded throughout the outer and inner courtyard. He was a monster, an extremely monstrous monster. That was how everyone who witnessed it evaluated Hui Yuhao. After that, it was Hui Yuhao's time to study hard and improve himself. Hui Yuhao spent his days cultivating, eating, earning money, crafting soul tools, and sleeping. Hui Yuhao wasn't in a hurry to become an inner courtyard disciple. Furthermore, he wanted to continue studying in the outer courtyard, and Yin Xiaozhe agreed. If Hui Yuhao wanted to enter the inner courtyard, all he had to do was hang up his emblem. It could be said that he could come and go freely in the outer and inner courtyard. There was also a small incident during this period. Wu Feng didn't agree with Hua Yuhao being the class monitor, so she challenged Hua Yuhao to a duel. In the end, she was completely defeated. After that, no one dared to challenge him anymore. In the blink of an eye, autumn passed, winter passed, and spring arrived. 8 months had passed. Hua Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Zhao's first year in the Shrek Academy was coming to an end. After this, it was time for break. Every year, the Shrek Academy would have a 1-month break. This month wasn't for the students to relax or go sightseeing. Instead, it was for them to master everything that they had learned over the past 11 months and to cultivate diligently. After the 1-month break, it was time for the entrance exam. Students who couldn't pass the entrance exam would be eliminated. Therefore, the break was the busiest and most tiring period for the students, who dared to really relax and rest. Hui Yuhao and Tang Dong had already reached rank 30 a few months ago. However, they didn't search for their third soul ring. They continued to compress their soul power and cultivate. The Shrek Academy had already told them that they could still cultivate without soul rings. They could accumulate their soul power until they absorbed a soul ring, and their soul power would instantly soar. The two of them had also passed their 12th birthday and were already 12-year-old youths. Hua Yuhao had become even more beautiful and handsome, while Tang Dong had become even more handsome. Xiao Xiao had also passed her 12th birthday and was much more beautiful than before. She had also successfully reached rank 29 and was working hard to break through the bottleneck of rank 30. After that, the teachers arranged for them to have a break. Why do I feel so weird? After Hui Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Xiao finished eating the grilled fish that Hui Yuhao had roasted, they separated while crying. After Hui Yuhao left the Shrek Academy, he naturally had to return to the Great Stardow Forest first. He opened his enormous golden heavenly moth wings and flew in a certain direction, in the outer regions of the Great Stardow Forest, in a towering ancient tree hole. Who did this? A frightening roar rang out, and a blue figure caressed the enormous dark golden bear that was lying on the ground. The bear was at least 7 meters long and was covered in blood. It was obvious that it was dead. This was a dark golden terraclaw bear that was more than 70,000 years old. Father Bear, what happened to you? Who did this? The blue figure was Hua Yuhao. It seems like it's been dead for a few days. Hua Yuhao muttered as he caressed Father Bear's corpse. Who did this? Even a titled Doluo wouldn't be a match for Papa Xiong. Who did this? Hua Yuhao roared in the sky as tears streamed down his face. Russell, there was a commotion. Who is it? Hua Yuhao looked to the side and was stunned. 3 figures appeared, 1 big and 2 small. They were all dark golden terraclaw bears. Mother Bear, Damao, and Ermao. You're fine. That's great. Hua Yuhao was elated as he rushed over and hugged the 2 little fellows that were already 2 meters long. Damao and Ermao also squatted down and rubbed against Hua Yuhao. Hua Yuhao looked at Mother Bear. She seemed to be hurt. What happened? What happened to Father Bear? Mother Bear, what happened to your injuries? Hua Yuhao asked anxiously. After that, Mama Xiong told Hua Yuhao about what had happened. It turned out that 3 soul masters in black had come here a few days ago. However, they were all soul Doluo. They targeted the Dusk Gold Terraclaw Bear's family. Under Papa Bear's protection, Mama Bear escaped with the 2 little fellows. When they came back, they saw the corpse on the ground. Mama Bear couldn't bear to bury the corpse. It was her husband after all. Asterisk, asterisk. I, Hui Yuhao, swear that I won't let them off. A loud roar echoed outside. Then, with the help of Hua Yuhao and the 3 bears, they buried Father Bear. The Stardow Core area. Kid, you're back. A huge dark golden bear looked at Hua Yuhao. If there were any titled Doluo from the older generation present, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this bear was one of the 10 great savage beasts, the dark golden terraclaw bear lord. Uncle Bear Lord, have you seen my sister? Hui Yuhao asked. He wasn't afraid of Bear Lord at all. How would I know? Go ask your sister's best friend, the infernal demon dragon. or asked by G. Don't disturb your grandpa bear's nap. Bear Lord closed his eyes and took a nap. She's really asleep? Sister Infernal Demon Dragon went into seclusion a few years ago. She can't have come out so soon. I should go find Aunt Bai. Yuhao muttered to himself. That was one of the 5 great forbidden zones of the human race. It was a place of great danger. A place of great danger. Yuhao, you're back. A girl with dark green hair looked at Yuhao. Aunt Bai, where's my sister? Yuhao asked. Lord Auspicious Beast is here. She's in seclusion. She said she wants to break through a bottleneck. The girl with dark green hair was the Emerald Swan by G. I see. Then I won't disturb her. Yuhao was a little disappointed and was about to leave. Wait. Bai Ji called out to Yuhao, who was about to leave. Yuhao stopped and saw Bai Ji holding a golden silver scale. It seemed to be a dragon scale. Your sister asked me to give this to you. It can protect you. It's even stronger than the beast gods, because it contains god power. God power. Yuhao took the scale and looked at it. Help me thank my sister. Goodbye. Yuhao opened his golden wings and flew away from this place. That direction. Is it the extreme north? The extreme north's outermost region. The extreme north is a forbidden zone for humans. Soul beasts roam about. Danger, danger, danger. Yuhao read the words on the signboard. Was it that dangerous? He walked in without hesitation. Brother Skydream, have we arrived? Yuhao connected with his spiritual world. All right, you can stand here. A ray of light shot out from his forehead. It was an extremely handsome, golden-haired youth. He was dressed in white and had a pair of golden moth wings on his back. It was Brother Skydream's human form. Brother Skydream, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Yuhao said, Ha, that's a must. I'm the embodiment of wisdom and beauty. Cough, cough. All right, I won't say any more nonsense. Yuhao, stand further away. Brother Skydream said seriously. Yuhao hurriedly retreated. Skydream took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Small. Ice. Ice. Boom. It spread throughout the entire extreme north. Boom. In the distance, a huge figure rushed towards Skydream at an extremely fast speed. More accurately, it was flying towards him. Yuhao saw it clearly. It was a huge dragon. It had 2 large horns on its head, icy blue and jade-green scales covering its entire body. It also had a pair of blue-green wings and a long tail. However, what made Yuhao feel strange was that its tail was a jade-green scorpion's tail. It was already over 100 meters long. Damn you, Skydream. You haven't changed at all. Also, don't call me Little Ice. The huge dragon stopped in front of Skydream. Don't be like that. My Little Ice, we're already married. It's not like I can't call you more intimate. Skydream laughed. Say that again if you dare. Who's married to you? The huge dragon roared angrily. After that, it gradually shrank and turned into a beautiful 20-year-old girl. She had a pair of jade-green ponytails and a jade-green gothic dress. She immediately rushed over and twisted Skydream's ear. Softer, softer. Ice, look at who's behind me. Skydream hurriedly said. The girl finally saw Yuhao behind Skydream. Yuhao. The girl's face was filled with joy. She ignored Skydream and ignored him. She immediately rushed in front of Yuhao and hugged him. That's great. You're here. It's been 10,000 years. You're finally here. The girl was extremely excited. Ice, why? Why do you like him so much but not me? Skydream, who was wearing a green hat, said indignantly. What can you do? Yuhao almost couldn't see us. 10,000 years ago, his aura suddenly became abnormally weak. Didn't we all think that he was about to die? Now that we see that he's fine, of course we're excited. If it's you, I only need to personally go to the slaughtering grounds to see you. The girl glanced at Skydream. What's going on? Yuhao still couldn't react. What 10,000 years ago? When I'm about to die. What's going on? That means that Yuhao has 10 memory seals on him, right? The green-haired girl and Skydream discussed together. If the older title Diloal was here, he would definitely be extremely shocked. She was one of the 3 mysterious vicious beasts of the 10 great savage beasts, the Ice Empress. She was originally the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, but for some reason, she had the bloodline of dragons and could become the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. No one knew her cultivation. According to a super law who had been to the extreme north, her strength was 600,000 years. This was because the Ice Empress had once defeated him with a single look. However, he was sure that it wasn't as simple as 600,000 years. However, the Ice Empress didn't seem to be willing to kill people. She only defeated outsiders every time and let them go. Therefore, no one was willing to provoke this vicious beast. Yes, I don't know what happened. I asked Han Tian and the old man, but they didn't plan to tell me. I'm at least a beast god king now. I'm a beast god king who has grasped the power of primal chaos. They didn't even tell me. Skydream was a little unhappy. Han Tian and the old man have woken up? The Ice Empress was a little surprised. Yes, Han Tian was the first to wake up, and the old man was the second. I really don't know what they're doing, Skydream said angrily. Maybe it's not the time yet. Maybe they've experienced something incredible. But damn Skydream, you're good. You've also become a beast god king. The Ice Empress said. Also, don't tell me. Ice, you've also become a beast god king? Skydream was in disbelief. The Snow Empress and Little Bai have both reached that level. Furthermore, we've both grasped a trace of primal chaos. The Ice Empress nodded. Fuck. Skydream was in disbelief. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's start. I haven't been to the spiritual world in a long time. The Ice Empress said. AI. Alright. I'm really the most miserable man in the world. I actually pushed my own wife to my own brother. Skydream said sorrowfully. You shut up. The Ice Empress' face instantly turned red. What, Yuhao, who had been staring blankly at the side, could finally move. What were you guys discussing just now? Why were you so mysterious? Hui Yuhao didn't understand. Yuhao, this beautiful big sister is the first soul ring of your second martial soul. You have to cherish her. Skydream said. However, Hui Yuhao felt that there was something strange about this sentence. All right, Yuhao, listen up. Fusing with me might be very dangerous. You might explode and die. However, if you succeed, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Are you ready? The Ice Empress looked at Hui Yuhao very seriously. Hui Yuhao was stunned. Might die. However, his eyes were instantly filled with determination. Come, no matter how painful it is, I'll bear it. All right, as expected of Yuhao. Then, I'm going to start. If someone was in the extreme north right now, they would see a jade-green pillar of light that reached the heavens. Within the pillar of light, Hui Yuhao hugged his head and screamed into the sky. Right now, he was extremely terrifying. Many parts of his body had split open, and fresh blood was flowing out, dyeing his body red. Following that, 10 pitch-black chains appeared on his body. The chains tightly bound him, and there were strange patterns on them. Boom! All of a sudden, the first chain began to tremble. Kacha! A thin crack suddenly appeared on the first chain, and a strange aura slowly seeped out from the crack and entered Hui Yuhao's head. However, the 10 chains suddenly tightened. Who am I? That's right. I'm Tangyu. I'm the god of emotions. I'm Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao screamed in pain. He grabbed the first chain with both hands and squeezed it with all his might. Break for me. He roared into the sky. Kacha! Just like that, the first chain was crushed by Hui Yuhao's hands miraculously. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out. Skydream, who was outside the green light, suddenly trembled. His face was filled with excitement. The first seal has been broken. After an unknown period of time, a field of white snow. Whoosh! A hand suddenly emerged from the pile of snow, and then supported itself on the ground. It was an absolutely beautiful youth who wasn't wearing any clothes. His beauty occupied most of his body, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see his handsome side. His ice blue hair reached his hips. He opened his eyes, which were as deep as the universe. He stretched his neck and let out a long howl. This is my era? Yuhao, I'm back. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. His body was suddenly covered by ice-blue scales, ice-blue dragon claws, ice-blue dragon horns, and enormous ice-blue dragon wings. He held an ice-blue halberd in his left hand. A blood-red soul ring with 6 golden patterns appeared around his body. This was his second martial soul, Frost Dragon King. His spine was also glowing. It was his torso bone. He looked at the 9 different colored scorpion tails in front of him. However, the 9 tails were connected together. They were like an open, folding fan. Layla, your external attachment soul bone, Yuhao muttered. He touched it with his right hand, and the tails actually magically turned into rays of light and fused into his body. Then, 9 different colored scorpion tails suddenly emerged from Yuhao's tail. From afar, Yuhao looked like a monster with 9 scorpion tails. It's really an external soul bone. Yuhao was a little surprised. He already had 3 soul bones now. Furthermore, they were all heaven-defying. Layla, thank you. Yuhao clenched his fists. With a thought, the 9 tails were retracted at the same time, and so was his martial soul. It seems like every seal doesn't just seal my memories. There are also some good things sealed. Yuhao muttered. Forget it, let's not think so much. Let's hurry up and find a 3rd soul ring of my first martial soul. Yuhao put on a blue windbreaker. Then, a pair of golden moth wings suddenly spread out from his back. With a whoosh, he broke through the sky and disappeared. God Realm, Light Rain, you've awakened. Although you might not recognize me yet, you'll definitely remember your brother after your 4th seal is removed. Chapter 42. The advancement test this time would be held in the beast dueling area, where they would have to fight with real soul beasts. The final score would be 60 points, and the full score would be 100 points. There was also the so-called super full score. Passing the test would allow one to advance. Beast dueling area. As the largest area in the entire Shrek Academy, it was also the largest building in the Shrek Academy. The beast dueling area was as large as all of the martial soul departments, teaching buildings, dormitories, and Shrek Plaza. In the entire continent of Dolual, it was extremely rare for an academy to be able to rear soul beasts. To be able to do so at the scale of the Shrek Academy's beast dueling area was even rarer. Even the imperial families of the various empires wouldn't do such a thing. Rearing soul beasts wasn't easy. They had to maintain the wild nature of the soul beasts, and different soul beasts had different eating habits. They also had to ensure their safety, and they had to be controlled. The amount of investment required was something that normal soul master academies wouldn't even dare to think about. The beast dueling arena was oval-shaped, with a long diameter of 187 meters and a short diameter of 155 meters. The highest point was about 57 meters. From the outside, the entire building was divided into 4 levels. The bottom 3 levels were arched, and there were stone pillars on both sides of each arch. The 4th level was decorated with walls, and there were 4 large arched doors facing each other. These arched doors were the entrances to the Beast Dueling Arena's viewing gallery. The viewing gallery inside the Beast Dueling Arena was divided into 4 groups, from the lowest to the highest. Under special circumstances, the Shrek Academy would divide the viewing gallery into specific areas. The entire project was vast and spectacular. It could even be described as glorious and grand. Everyone was lining up to receive their watch. Tang Dong immediately saw Dai Huabin, who wasn't far away. He nudged Yuhao with his elbow and said, "Look, Dai Huabin and the others are here." Yuhao smiled and walked towards Dai Huabin. Huabin had been paying attention to them, and he naturally saw Yuhao walking over. His entire body trembled once again. Yuhao's strength had embarrassed him quite a bit last time. He still hadn't left that shadow. He really wanted to kill Yuhao. Yuhao walked over and smiled as he patted Dai Huabin's shoulder. "Remember the bet," he said slowly. Afterwards, he didn't even look back. Damn it, Dai Huabin's eyes turned bloodshot. Director Du was also there. He was the chief examiner this time. On the high platform, Du Weiluan's voice rang out. Let the examination begin. Year 2, Class 1. Then Class 2. And Huabin the Beast, dueling arena. Perhaps it was because there had been too many battles here in the past. Every single student from Shrek Academy had a strong desire to fight when they came here. That was why the Beast Dueling Arena existed. It was also why the students who graduated from the Shrek Academy became outstanding soul masters that the various empires fought over. When Du Weiluan saw that Yuhao was the first to take the test, he immediately focused. He wanted to see what kind of changes this kid would have in a month. He was the first student in history who'd persisted. Even the pavilion master thought very highly of him. He wanted to know what Yuhao's strength was like in a month's time. He should have 3 rings by now. A 12-year-old with 3 rings. He wasn't any worse than Ancestor Tang San from 10,000 years ago. Yuhao walked to the center of the arena. 2 teachers were in charge of acting as referees. This was to ensure the students' safety. The referee on the left asked, "What do you major in?" Yuhao said respectfully, "Control." The referee said, "Choose the soul beast you want to take the test with. Remember, control. You only have 1 chance to take the test, so you have to be careful. Soul beasts are ranked in units of 100 years, from 100 to 1,000 years." Yuhao's eyes flashed. He said in a deep voice, "I choose 1,000-year soul beast." 1,000-year? Are you sure? The examiner thought he'd heard wrong. Such a young kid wanted to fight 1,000-year soul beast? To fight 1,000-year soul beast, one had to be at least a soul elder. This kid, yes, 1,000-year soul beast. Yuhao's voice grew louder. Everyone heard him. Everyone was in disbelief. He wanted 1,000-year soul beast the moment he came up. He was courting death. On the stage, Director Du was shocked. Could it be that Yuhao had really become a soul elder? It couldn't be, right? Start the test. The referee gestured to the distance. The sound of gears clicking could be heard, and a huge iron gate slowly opened in the distance. Whoosh! A blue light suddenly flashed out from the deep cave. Its speed was incomparably fast, and in an instant, it covered a distance of 10 meters and pounced towards Yuhao. It was about 3 meters long and 1 meter tall. Its icy blue fur fluttered in the wind, and its blue eyes were filled with madness. It was actually one of the overlords of the extreme north, the Direfield Wolf King. Everyone held their breaths. This is a real soul beast. It wasn't a picture from a textbook. Foolish people. Impudent. Everyone heard a soft roar. Following that, they saw 3 terrifying blood-red soul rings with 6 golden patterns explode out. The terrifying aura that seemed to come from an ancient wild beast suddenly burst out. Everyone seemed to see a layer of faint red light spread out from its body. At this moment, its small body was as intimidating as an ancient dragon. The Direfield wolf seemed to have met a terrifying monster and immediately crawled on the ground obediently. It instantly submitted. It was so scared that it pissed its pants. At the same time, countless sorrowful cries rang out from the deep caves in the great beast dueling arena. What did a red soul ring represent? Even ordinary people knew. A red soul ring represented 100,000-year soul ring. It represented a soul ring from a top-grade soul beast. Every 100,000-year soul ring was an incomparably majestic existence. Not to mention the students, even the teachers present didn't have a 100,000-year soul ring. However, at this moment, Yuhao not only revealed his scarlet 100,000-year soul ring, he even released 3 of them at once. Regardless of whether it was the visual or the terrifying aura, the great beast dueling arena was instantly silenced by that terrifying pressure. It wasn't only the soul beasts in the great beast dueling arena that reacted. All the teachers and students present had a strong reaction. They only felt as if there was an unparalleled and terrifying vicious beast in front of them. Their extreme fear caused them to subconsciously release their martial souls and go into a defensive stance with all their might. A few of the more cowardly female students even cried out. Even the teachers had pale faces as they looked at the graceful figure standing in the center of the arena in horror. Du Wei had already stood up from his seat. 8 soul rings flickered on his body. Facing the aura of 100,000-year soul beast, he wasn't an exception. He immediately released his martial soul. He looked at Yuhao with disbelief and a trace of fear. No, this is impossible. He's only 12 years old. How can he have a 100,000-year soul ring? But this is definitely the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, this aura is much stronger than any 100,000-year soul beast I've ever seen. What is he doing? Wait a minute. Wasn't his soul ring a white one? Why did they turn red? The red color receded, and the blood-red color in Yuhao's eyes faded away. The 2 red soul rings on his body also disappeared. The incomparably terrifying aura from a moment ago had now completely disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The aura that Yuhao had released hadn't spread far. It had only spread within the great beast dueling arena. A faint stench began to drift out from the dark caves in the distance. Furthermore, the stench gradually became stronger. Yuhao looked at the 2 teachers, who were already in a daze, and smiled gently. "Teacher, have I passed?" This. The referee teacher was already speechless. He had presided over countless students' advancement tests. However, this was the first time he'd ever seen a situation like this. Even if a monster appeared in the Shrek Academy, such a terrifying monster shouldn't appear. A Year 2 student with a 100,000-year soul ring? And 3 of them at once? After the intense shock, the only people present who had reacted and understood what was going on were Zhou, Yi, and Wang Dong. This was because they'd been shocked the night before. At this moment, a few figures suddenly rushed out from the side door of the Great Beast Dueling Arena's beast pens. At the very front was an old man with a face as red as a date. He had a tall figure and a head full of eye-catching red hair. As he rushed out, he roared, "What's going on? Who did this?" All the soul beasts under the 10,000-year level were so scared that they pissed their pants. Du Wei, was it you who released them? Du Wei smiled bitterly. Elder Gong, it wasn't me. As he spoke, he floated down from the high platform and came to the old man's side, explaining in a low voice. This red-haired old man was called Gong Changlong, and he was the person in charge of the Great Beast Dueling Arena. He had a transcendent status in the Shrek Academy and had an extremely deep understanding of soul beasts. Even Du Wei had to be polite to him. "Oh, something like this happened? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how talented a 12-year-old is, or how many heavenly treasures he has, it's impossible for him to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Which brat is it? Tell him to come out and let me take a look." Gong Changlong had a fiery temper and immediately started shouting. Somewhat embarrassed, Du Wei said, "Elder Gong, look, we're currently in the middle of the advancement test. Shouldn't we wait until after the test?" Gong Changlong unhappily said, "Test my ass. Didn't you hear me? Most of the soul beasts under the 10,000-year level are pissing their pants, and none of the soul beasts under the 1,000-year level are lucky enough to escape. How are we supposed to test them? These soul beasts need to rest for at least 2 days to recover. Do you know how long it'll take for me to send people to clean up the place? It wasn't easy for me to control these soul beasts so that they don't defecate as they please, but now all of my previous efforts have been wasted." Du Wei hadn't expected the situation to be so serious. This wasn't a small matter, and it would affect the students' learning time. "All right, Elder Gong, I'll go and explain things." Du Wei turned around and walked over to the students of the 2 classes. In a deep voice, he said, "Due to the special circumstances, today's advancement test will be temporarily suspended. The teacher in charge will bring the students back to their classrooms to study." Zhou Yi hurriedly asked, "Director Du, what about Yuhao's test?" "Yuhao, come with me." As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards Elder Gong once more. Yuhao didn't follow closely behind him. Instead, He indifferently glanced at Dai Huabin. "Hurry up and kneel." These words were like a sharp arrow that pierced into his chest. For a moment, Dai Huabin felt a stuffy feeling in his chest that he couldn't release. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and with a wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too competitive, and the more competitive a person was, the harder it would be for them to accept such a huge blow. Zhu Lu cried out in alarm and hurriedly went to support him. However, Dai Huabin rudely waved her hands away. His eyes were bloodshot as he fiercely glared at Yuhao, who was already following Du Weiluan. Suddenly, he knelt down on the ground and loudly shouted, "I was wrong." As he spoke, he fiercely kowtowed to the ground. "I forgive you." Just as Dai Huabin finished kowtowing and admitting his mistake, Yuhao's indifferent voice rang out. He raised his head and looked at Yuhao's departing figure. "Fuck, I've been ignored. Yuhao, I definitely won't let you off." Du Weiluan once again returned in front of Gong Changlong. "Elder Gong, I brought him over." "Look." Before he could finish speaking, Gong Changlong had already snorted coldly. His figure suddenly flashed, and he sent a palm straight toward Yuhao's head. Yuhao subconsciously made his move, and a red soul ring immediately appeared. His right hand transformed into an ice dragon claw, and he met the palm head-on. At the same time, they suddenly felt an intense chill. Not only was this chill sudden, but it was also ferocious. It felt as if it had drilled into their bones. Even with Du Weiluan's cultivation, he couldn't help but shiver from the dense chill. When the two palms collided, Gong Changlong's right palm suddenly turned a fiery red, like a piece of burning coal. However, when his palms collided with Yuhao's palms, a sizzling sound could be heard. Large amounts of white fog emerged from where the two of them had collided, and even covered their bodies within it. Following this, Yuhao took 3 steps back before stopping. When the white fog dissipated, Gong Changlong's face was filled with astonishment. He had actually taken a step back. "Good kid, that's an extremely rare ultimate ice. The quality of your martial soul actually completely suppressed this old man. Your first soul ring is actually a red soul ring. Your soul power has reached rank 35. However, where are your other 2 red soul rings?" Yuhao felt a little helpless. He had actually been exposed just like that. Afterwards, he used the same excuse to successfully convince Elder Gong. He even told Elder Gong that the 3 red soul rings were only the second soul skill of his first martial soul. This caused Elder Gong and Director Du to feel incredulous. Twin martial souls. Your second martial soul is actually the legendary Ice Dragon King with the bloodline of the Dragon God. Your first soul ring is actually a red soul ring, and you have a 100,000-year torso bone. Oh my god, you're really... The two of them were stupefied. They couldn't use words to describe Yuhao. Teacher Du was originally a little against Yuhao becoming an inner courtyard disciple. After all, he was too young, and his cultivation wasn't enough. However, he completely agreed to it now. He now knew that Yuhao's white soul ring was actually fake, with a skill that could change the color of a soul ring. Even a titled Deloa's eyes would be fooled. It was simply a godly skill. Moreover, the Ice Dragon King? Director Du suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Ice-type Soul Master, Xiaotao, met with him? However, at that time, the Ice Dragon King had only automatically protected its master and hadn't awakened. And that made sense. After arranging things for Yuhao, he let him go back. Somewhere else. "Huabin, are you all right?" Zhu Lu asked worriedly. Dai Huabin said coldly, "Help me ask Teacher Mu for a leave of absence. I'm going out." Zhu Lu was shocked. "Are you going to?" "No, if you do that." Dai Huabin coldly interrupted her. "Don't worry about me." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Yuhao, I will definitely make you pay the price." "Somewhere else, second young master, this is too risky. Shrek Academy is the #1 academy on the continent. There are as many experts as there are trees in the forest. There are even more titled Dolua than our empire. If you rashly kill someone in Shrek Academy, it will bring great trouble to the Duke. Then what if it's outside Shrek Academy? If it's far enough from Shrek Academy, we can try. Second young master, you must calm down. If it's really not possible, you can ask the eldest young master for advice. No need. I've already thought it through. I was the one who was blinded by anger. I'll think of a way first. If it's really not possible, I'll lure them out for the sake of the White Tiger Duke's mansion's glory. At that time, you can't dissuade me. Understood. Shrek's inner courtyard's dean's office. What? Yuhao already has 3 rings? He has a second martial soul? And his second martial soul is the legendary Ice Dragon King? His first soul ring is a 100,000-year one? Yin Xiaozhe slammed the table and stood up. Yes, that child personally admitted it. Director Du said respectfully. A hidden second martial soul. And intelligence, what an unbelievable martial soul. I didn't expect this child to hide it so well. Even Elder Xian and I were fooled. His sister might be very strong. She can catch a 100,000-year soul beast for this child. Ice Dragon King, Ice Dragon King. It's one of the best martial souls of dragons. With ultimate ice, Xiao Dao can be saved. Ha ha ha. No, I have to go and see this child personally. 2 days later, the advancement test began anew. Outside the beast dueling arena, Hui Yuhao, do you dare to make another bet? Dai Huabin blocked Hui Yuhao and Tang Dong's path. Before Hui Yuhao could speak, Tang Dong spoke first. What's wrong? You're not convinced? A loss is a loss, and you've forgotten the pain once the wound has healed. You just cowed out and admitted your mistake. Dai Huabin's eyes flickered with a cold light. What's so good about being opportunistic? I've lost, and I admit it. I'm only asking the 2 of you if you dare to make another bet. This time, I'll bet with both of you. I'll bet that my points will surpass the total of the 2 of you. Don't be too arrogant. Tang Dong wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Hui Yuhao's hand. He squinted his eyes and smiled at Dai Huabin. All right, I agree. However, I'll have to count out 3 times this time. All right, Dai Huabin gritted his teeth. Du Weiluan personally oversaw the test once again, but he wasn't the only one who came this time. What shocked the invigilators and referees was that the dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaozhe, had personally come. He had even replaced Du Weiluan as the main judge. Since when did the outer courtyard's lower grades test attract the dean's attention? No one would have guessed that Yin Xiaozhe had come just for a student. Tang Dong successfully passed the test. What shocked everyone was that Tang Dong was already a 3-ringed soul elder. This wasn't much, but his 3 black soul rings completely shocked everyone. However, he only obtained 100 points in the end. Dai Huabin was very strong, and he directly killed the 1,000-year tiger soul beast he was facing. He obtained 145 points. He had a look of victory on his face as he looked at Hui Yuhao, who was squinting below the stage. He pointed his index finger at him and said, "It's your turn." Hui Yuhao didn't look at him. He was only looking at the wind tiger that Dai Huabin had killed. Why did you kill it? Hui Yuhao looked at Dai Huabin and asked calmly. What did it do wrong? Why did you kill it? Everyone was stunned. What on earth was he talking about? Oof. It's just a soul beast. It's just a tool that soul masters use to break through. So what if it's dead? So what if it's dead? Dai Huabin jumped off the stage and looked at Hui Yuhao with disdain. Hui Yuhao smiled. It was an extremely enchanting smile. Very good, very good, very good. I'll remember these words, he said calmly. He walked up the stage. He glanced at the referee and said loudly, I choose a 10,000-year soul beast. Silence. Everyone looked at the petite figure on the stage in disbelief. Student, are you really going to choose a 10,000-year soul beast? The referee looked at Hui Yuhao in disbelief. He thought that this kid was crazy. The referee wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone thought that he was crazy. Yuhao is an idiot. What on earth is he doing? Tang Dong looked at Hui Yuhao with worry. Dai Huabin was gloating. Oomph. You'd better die on the stage. In the spectator stands, this kid, does he want to die? He actually chose a 10,000-year soul beast? All the teachers and students were chattering nonstop. Even Director Du frowned. He felt that this kid was a little too arrogant. A three-ring soul elder actually wanted to fight a 10,000-year soul beast? One had to be a six-ring soul emperor at the very least to fight a 10,000-year soul beast. Let's do as he says. Yin Shaozhi's voice rang out. He stared at Yuhao with a burning gaze. If Yuhao dared to say this, it meant that he was confident. The referee had no choice but to carry out the order. The door slowly opened, and a terrifying wave of heat erupted from within. A male lion surrounded by flames slowly walked out from inside. With every step it took, there would be a scorched footprint on the ground. Its fur was fiery red, its body was 6 meters long, and its shoulder height was 2 meters. The moment it came out, it roared into the sky. The terrifying soul beast's aura shook the entire soul dueling arena. Some of the weaker students had already released their martial souls to resist this frightening aura. Everyone's mood had become very heavy. This was a 10,000-year flaming Lion King. It was said that this soul beast's flames could evolve into the legendary ultimate fire. However, the probability of that happening was very small. Ultimate elements were just too rare. The flaming Lion King had already locked on a Yuhao. Its forehooves flapped as it charged towards Yuhao. As the flaming Lion King ran, the flames on its body continued to rise. The scorching heat caused its surroundings to distort. This was the terror of a 10,000-year soul beast. Everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at that petite figure again. He had suddenly moved. To everyone's astonishment, he placed his hand behind his back and smiled as he looked at the huge figure that was charging towards him. Everyone held their breaths. The flaming Lion King was getting closer and closer. However, Yuhao still hadn't moved. Everyone thought that he had been scared silly. Some people even covered their eyes with their hands, not daring to continue watching. The referee was about to rescue Yuhao, but at this moment, an extremely frightening chill exploded. Crack, crack. The ground had already been frozen. The frightening temperature had already been replaced by an extremely low temperature. In everyone's eyes, Yuhao had changed. A pair of 6-meter-long, icy blue dragon wings spread out from his back, and icy blue scales covered a part of his body. A red soul ring instantly appeared. A frightening aura enveloped the entire arena. Everyone released their martial souls at the same time to resist this frightening aura. Another 100,000-year soul ring. Everyone's bodies started to tremble. The one who felt it the most was Wu Feng. She suddenly felt the urge to kneel down in front of Yuhao. In front of him, she was like a subordinate. In the spectator stands, Yin Shaozhi's face was filled with excitement. The Ice Dragon King. It's really the Ice Dragon King. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. This kid, he's too outstanding. The flaming Lion King had already prostrated itself on the ground the moment Yuhao released his martial soul. Its entire body was trembling nonstop, and it stared at Yuhao with fear in its eyes. Yuhao smiled gently and retracted his Ice Dragon King martial soul. The low temperature and aura suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt much better. However, in the next moment, everyone looked at Yuhao in disbelief. This was because Yuhao actually walked forward slowly and reached out his right hand to touch the flaming Lion King's soft head. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Is he courting death? You're a good kid, Yuhao said slowly. Everyone shuddered. He actually dared to say such words to it? Isn't he courting death? However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The flaming Lion King stuck out its tongue and licked Yuhao's hand. It even rubbed its head against his body from time to time. The tail behind his buttocks was still wagging nonstop. Silence, complete silence. Is this really a 10,000-year soul beast? Is it really an obedient kitten? Go back. Be good, Yuhao said gently as he stroked its head. The flaming Lion King nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It hurriedly got up and ran towards the door. Everyone was still in a daze. They looked at Yuhao in disbelief. How'd he do it? Why did his 3 soul rings become one? Could it be that he had twin martial souls? How did he subdue that 10,000-year soul beast? In the spectator stands, Yin Xiaozhe suddenly said, "This kid passed. His score is 150 points." Yin Xiaozhe suddenly exclaimed loudly. Boom! Only now did everyone realize what was going on. 150 points. That's the highest score in history. Dai Huabin stared at Yuhao in disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why? Why? Did I lose to him again? Why? Sometimes, you don't have to kill a soul beast to deal with it. Humans are part of nature, and they're also a part of nature. Yuhao's voice rang out. Everyone was stunned by his words. Yuhao glanced at Dai Huabin. Don't forget, he said indifferently. After that, he left with Tang Dong, asterisk asterisk. Dai Huabin roared in his heart. Yuhao, just you wait. Inner courtyard, what? Yuhao was the one who sealed my evil fire and ice? Is that true, teacher? Ma Xiaodao asked excitedly. Yes, that child's second martial soul might have some intelligence. It has been in a self-sealing state. After all, the Ice Dragon King's strength is too domineering. However, when you attacked Yuhao, the Ice Dragon King sensed that its master was in danger, so it forcefully awakened and suppressed your evil fire. That's not important. I'm going to find him now. Ma Xiaodao broke the glass and turned into a red light as she rushed out of the inner courtyard. Sigh, this child, she's so impatient. At night, Yuhao and Tang Dong went to the treasure trade auction. Because they had Yuhao's red card, Yuhao and Tang Dong picked two good things, a soul bone and whale glue. However, Yuhao knew that it was 10,000-year whale glue. It was something that was spat out from the stomach of a 10,000-year deep-sea demon whale. It was very beneficial to one's cultivation and body. On the way, Yuhao furrowed his brows. He glanced in front of him from time to time. They were still coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 soul masters, 1 soul emperor, 2 soul kings, and 3 soul ancestors. Dai Huabin, you're really messing around. You're actually looking for trouble with me again? Yuhao activated his spiritual detection sharing. Tang Dong immediately received it. He furrowed his brows and looked at Yuhao. Yuhao shook his head. We'll leave this place in 3 seconds. Yuhao said through his spiritual power. All right. In the sky, 2 figures, 1 white and 1 blue, flashed across the horizon. Following that, 6 figures chased after them. They were all soul masters. The leader of the 6 soul masters was a soul emperor, while the rest were 2 soul kings and 3 soul ancestors. Their targets were the 2 figures in front of them. They were Yuhao and Tang Dong, who had released their Dragon King martial souls. The white gold and icy blue dragon wings flapped in sync. They were ridiculously fast. However, their speed was slowly decreasing, and their soul power was slowly decreasing. Asterisk, asterisk. Who are these people? They want to kill us? Tang Dong shouted. Tang Dong, I've already sent out a distress signal. The Academy's people will be here soon. Let's hold on for a while longer. Yuhao pulled Tang Dong and charged 100 meters into the sky. They reached 500 meters in an instant. After that, he said, let them have a taste of the consequences of angering the Dragon King. Yuhao's lips curled upwards, and Tang Dong also smiled. Tang Dong's second soul ring lit up. Yuhao's spine shone with green light. Light dragon dive. 1,000 miles of ice. An illusory, platinum-colored dragon charged towards the 6 people below. The 6 of them instinctively wanted to dodge. However, they instantly felt the temperature around them drop rapidly. Small ice crystals even formed. Crack, crack. That part of the sky was suddenly frozen. 3 of the 6 people were frozen inside. Roar! The illusory white gold dragon crashed into the ice. On top of the ice, boom! 3 ice sculptures fell to the ground. Yuhao hurriedly supported the weak Tang Dong. He retracted his dragon wings and opened his enormous golden moth wings. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of light and escaped. The 3 of them were still chasing after him. The ice sculptures that had fallen to the ground broke apart, and the 3 of them continued to chase after him. Damn it! Why did his speed suddenly become so fast? Aren't they outer courtyard students? Why are they so strong? The Soul Emperor was in disbelief. At this moment, three figures were charging towards the top of Shrek City's city walls at an astonishing speed. The one in front was Bei Bei, who was covered in dragon scales and had unleashed his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Su Sanshur and Jiang Nan Nan were behind him. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur no longer had 3 soul rings. Instead, they had 4, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. This meant that they had become soul ancestors. Finally, Yuhao was elated. However, he felt powerless in the next moment and started to fall. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 6 people chasing after him. They immediately flew towards the falling Yuhao. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a frightening heat flow towards them. A red streak of light caught the falling Yuhao and pulled the weak Tang Dong along. A cold voice sounded. "How dare you touch my man? You're courting death." Wasn't that red figure Ma Xiaotao? A pair of fiery red wings spread out behind her back. They were like the wings of a phoenix. 6 soul rings floated beside her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The best soul ring combination. Xiaotao, senior sister. Yuhao said weakly. "Sister, it's sister." Ma Xiaotao handed Yuhao and Tang Dong over to Bei Bei and the others, who had rushed over. She glared coldly at the 6 of them and said in an unusually furious voice, "You've actually killed your way into Shrek's territory? How dare you? It's fine if you kill people, but how dare you touch my man? See if I don't burn you into charcoal." Her 6th soul ring lit up. A large group of meteorites fell from the sky. Ah! Miserable screams filled the sky. As expected of my sister, the name of the flame demon isn't just for show. Yuhao looked at Ma Xiaotao, who was venting her anger for him. His heart immediately felt warm. She was once his sister. "Sister, in this life, I'll definitely make you a god. I won't let you die. And eldest senior brother and the others, they definitely won't let you die." Yuhao had been blaming himself since a long time ago. In the god realm, he had watched his family and friends grow old with his own eyes. Furthermore, he had a son who had suddenly appeared and slowly became an emperor. Growing old again, he didn't want to experience that feeling again. I was too heavy-handed. I forgot to leave them alive." Ma Xiaotao covered her mouth. She looked at the 6 corpses that had already turned into charcoal. 7 or 8 figures had appeared on top of Shrek City's city walls. There were many soldiers behind them, and these soldiers were all standing there respectfully. Elder Lin and Yin Xiaozhou were among these 7 or 8 people. A request for help from an inner courtyard disciple was a big deal for Shrek Academy. They had actually arrived a long time ago. With their cultivations, they naturally arrived earlier than Ma Xiaotao. However, as teachers, they didn't make a move immediately. This was because they wanted to see how far these students could go. The combination of 2 Dragon King martial souls is actually so powerful. Elder Lin sighed in admiration. "Elder Lin, Yuhao, what's that skill that kid used to freeze the sky? Also, what's that golden moth wing that Yuhao used at the end? It was only for a moment, and I didn't take a closer look." Yin Xiaozhou asked. "That should be a domain-type soul skill. It's recorded in Dolua's virtues. When an ice dragon appears, everything within 10 million miles will be frozen. Although it was only 100 meters, it's very similar to what's recorded. As for that golden moth wing, it should be a speed-type external soul bone. Furthermore, its rank is very high. There must be a power behind this kid that isn't inferior to our academy." "What? Domain-type soul skill? External soul bone? This?" Yuhao said that he only has 1 elder sister in his family. That means that his elder sister is very powerful and terrifying. At the very least, she's not weaker than me. She might even be stronger than me. Elder Lin said uncertainly. "What?" Yin Xiaozhou looked at Elder Lin in disbelief. The Academy's investigation was terrifying. In less than a night, they had already found clues that pointed to Dai Huabin. However, they didn't have any concrete evidence, so they couldn't make a judgment. They could only suppress it for now. The next day, this is impossible. Dai Huabin looked at Hui Yuhao and Tang Dong, who were standing in front of him. He took a step back frantically. You really don't want to give up, Hui Yuhao said plainly. Dai Huabin was shocked and hurriedly said, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, but I won't stoop to your level. Just fulfill your promise from yesterday. Hui Yuhao didn't even bother with him as he turned around and left. Tang Dong followed behind him. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of 3 kowtows came from behind. I was wrong. Just as Dai Huabin finished speaking, Hui Yuhao's voice was heard. I forgive you. Dai Huabin gritted his teeth. F***CK. F***CK. Hui Yuhao. So what if you're an inner courtyard disciple? My elder brother is also an inner courtyard disciple. Furthermore, he's this generation's Shrek 7. At the entrance of Class 1, Tang Dong was dumbfounded as he stared at Hui Yuhao, who was being carried by a red figure. Hui Yuhao, quick, quick! I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Wasn't this person Ma Xiaotao? Her voice was rather loud. Not only did the students who were passing by hear her, but even the students who were already seated in Class 1 heard her. Everyone stared at Hui Yuhao in disbelief. Senior sister, you don't tell me. Hui Yuhao's face instantly turned red. He recalled the embarrassing incident that had happened in the past. A red light flickered, and Ma Xiaotao sped up with Hui Yuhao in her arms. They instantly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Oh, you crazy woman. Don't take my Hui Yuhao away. F***CK. Get my Hui Yuhao back. Tang Dong. Class has started. But no buts. Hurry up and come to class, or I'll expel you. I'm... The next day, before the sun rose, at the bottom of Poseidon Lake, at the bottom of the lake, there was a huge block of ice. 2 naked people were sealed inside. A 12-year-old boy with long blue hair and a 20-year-old girl with long red hair. However, their postures were really... The 2 of them were hugging each other. The boy's head was buried in the girl's chest, and his hands and legs were wrapped around the girl's body. The girl's hands and legs were wrapped around the boy's body. It was such a weird posture. Weren't these 2 people Hui Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao? Before this, Hui Yuhao had already suppressed Ma Xiaotao's evil fire. However, the 2 of them were both wet. When the 2 of them came ashore, Hui Yuhao only felt unusually weak. Because of the huge difference in strength, if Hui Yuhao was a soul king, he would definitely be fine. After that, Ma Xiaotao fed Hui Yuhao whale glue. However, Ma Xiaotao seemed to have stuffed a large piece of it into Hui Yuhao's mouth, causing Hui Yuhao to go crazy. Ma Xiaotao had no choice but to jump into the lake with him. However, the result, crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the block of ice. Boom! The block of ice broke. Ma Xiaotao directly carried the unconscious Hui Yuhao out of Poseidon Lake. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone around. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be... I'm too ashamed to face anyone. This is too embarrassing. I was actually molested by this little guy, and I almost lost my virginity. She was so angry that she wanted to cry. She looked at Hui Yuhao, who was still sleeping in her arms. It had to be said that Hui Yuhao was very beautiful and very handsome. These 2 opposite adjectives actually appeared on the same person at the same time. His white skin seemed so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Even Ma Xiaotao felt a trace of envy and jealousy. She hadn't seriously looked at Hui Yuhao before. In the past, she only thought that Hui Yuhao was a handsome young man. But now, why is a boy so beautiful? I'm so jealous. Wait, why am I jealous of him? Ma Xiaotao slapped her face with both hands to wake herself up. She went ashore and placed Hui Yuhao on the ground. Then, she hurriedly took out a red dress and put it on. After that, she stared at the sleeping man on the ground. If he was a little older, I wouldn't mind. This thought suddenly appeared in Ma Xiaotao's mind. Then, she shook her head vigorously. What on earth was she thinking? Her face was now completely red. I wouldn't mind if I were his older sister. Ma Xiaotao thought as she looked at his beautiful and handsome face. Oof, this stinking brat. He saw everything he should see and saw everything he shouldn't see. He touched everything he should touch and touched everything he shouldn't touch. He shot everything he should. Hey, when did she become so dirty? Ma Xiaodao hurriedly punched herself. She took out Hui Yuhao's wet school uniform and washed it by the lake. After drying it, she personally put on Hui Yuhao. Then, she placed Hui Yuhao on the ground and wrote a few lines of words beside him. After that, she lightly kicked Hui Yuhao a few times. Then, she looked at Hui Yuhao with a complicated expression. Then, she flew towards the inner courtyard. Early morning, when Hui Yuhao slowly woke up from his deep sleep, a trace of dawn had already appeared in the east. His spirit eyes had already awakened 3 great innate abilities. One of them was that he could see what happened after he fainted. In an instant, his face became incomparably red. I might as well just kill myself. He looked at the words Ma Xiaodao had written beside him. Too short, too weak. Don't worry, you're still a virgin. Hui Yuhao was stunned. 10,000 **** galloped in his heart. He directly hit his head on the ground. Then he kept repeating, I really want to die. After that, he gradually calmed down. Weak and short? Is it really that short? I feel that it's rather big. Pay. What am I thinking? He sensed his soul power. Peak of rank 36? He was a little surprised. Forget it. I should hurry back. Chapter 43. After that, Hui Yuhao and the others joined Shrek's monitoring group. In a forest on the way to Xingluo, cooking barbecue requires careful control of the fire. You have to sense the temperature of the flames. After a certain amount of time, it's almost done. After that, you just have to spread the ingredients, and it'll be perfect. Clang, 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 clang. The secret barbecue will be done. Hui Yuhao carried a few plates of freshly cooked grilled fish, chicken wings, and wild rabbit. He placed them on the table, and everyone was drooling. Elder Xian was no exception. It had to be said that the aroma was too tempting. After the dishes were placed on the table, everyone rushed forward. They were all snatched up. I haven't started eating yet, Hui Yuhao said weakly. I'm sorry. Yuhao, your cooking is too delicious. I can't take it anymore. Everyone spoke at the same time. Hui Yuhao could only silently drink the mushroom soup at the side. Star Battle Barracks. A group of people walked in the barracks. Hui Yuhao and Tang Dong were walking at the back. Will he recognize you? Tang Dong whispered into Hui Yuhao's ear. Only he knew about Hui Yuhao's background. He hasn't even seen me before. Hui Yuhao was a little dejected. It's okay. When you're stronger, you'll be able to ask him for an explanation. Tang Dong patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder. Hui Yuhao smiled. After the first seal was broken, he recalled many things. More than half of them were from his era. The rest were some things from the God realm and memories from 10,000 years ago. Right now, he was a loss. He didn't know how to face this incompetent biological father of his. It was a domineering, middle-aged man. He was handsome, resolute, tall, and had an iron-blooded aura. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His upper body was bare, revealing his bronze muscles. He was probably more than 2 meters tall. From the side, one could see that his chiseled face was so resolute. His seemingly slow movements were actually as smooth as flowing water. Every step he took, every punch he threw, there would definitely be a dull sound of air exploding. Hui Yuhao was stunned. He knew that he would meet him again one day, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. In an instant, grief, anger, excitement, and a trace of hatred and killing intent filled his heart. Hui Yuhao's heart was beating wildly, as if it wanted to rush out. Why? I clearly don't hate him anymore, so why do I still want to kill him so much? Hui Yuhao's body began to tremble, and he didn't know what to do. Tang Dong, who was beside Hui Yuhao, had already sensed that something was amiss. He took a step to the side and blocked in front of Hui Yuhao. At the same time, his right hand reached behind him and tried to grab Hui Yuhao. Originally, he wanted to grab Hui Yuhao's collar to wake him up, but, this is... Tang Dong's body instantly froze. and he let go of Yuhao as if he had been electrocuted. His handsome face instantly turned red. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the white tiger duke. However, Yuhao really did calm down after he grabbed Yuhao. Yuhao clutched his lower body in pain. Thank you. However, can you just pinch my waist next time? Don't pinch here again. Yuhao's pain moans traveled into Tang Dong's ears. Tang Dong's face instantly turned so red that smoke seemed to be coming out of it. I'm sorry. The group carefully walked in. They had come to this cave to exterminate the Hand of Death. According to the White Tiger Duke, this was where they were hiding. With Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, everything that happened in the cave was displayed in everyone's minds. Yuhao, who was at the back, furrowed his brow extremely tightly. Why does this place feel so familiar? Where have I seen it before? Where is it? Also, why do I have an ominous feeling? Yuhao was extremely uncomfortable right now. This feeling became more and more intense after they entered the cave. A huge pile of corpses suddenly appeared in front of everyone. More than 10 human skins were hanging on the walls on both sides of the cave. There was even a baby's corpse that had been pierced through and hung on a stalagmite. The black-clothed bandits were covered in blood, and the thick smell of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. F***CK. Bei Bei roared furiously. Jiang Nan Nan, Xiao Xiao, and the other girls couldn't help but vomit. ***. These people deserve to die. Ma Xiaodao roared furiously. According to their intelligence, the leader seemed to be a six-ringed soul emperor. Wang Yin waved his hand and said, "Everyone attack. Don't let a single one of them go. We need to prevent future trouble." Everyone who could fight immediately possessed their martial souls and charged out. Instantly, the cave was filled with miserable screams. At this moment, a sharp howl rang out from the depths of the cave. Who dares to oppose the envoy of the death god? All of you will die and become my corpse slaves. The corpses gradually began to swell. Yuhao's mind instantly shook. Oh no! Everyone, quickly retreat. It's the corpse explosion technique. Yuhao immediately shouted. However, it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out in the cave one after another. The terrifying explosion caused flesh and blood to fly in all directions. Shrek 7 was relatively close to Yuhao. When Yuhao shouted, it had already retreated to the safe zone. However, Ma Xiaotao and the others suffered. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Huabin, and Ling Luochen were fine. They had dodged well and suffered some injuries. However, Chun Zifeng's right leg was gone, and he kept screaming miserably as the poison corroded his leg. Gong Yangma's chest, abdomen, and legs were badly mutilated. Even his body was emitting smoke. Yao Haoshuan's body was the largest, so he had to endure the strongest explosion. Half of his body had been blown away, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. Cece's back was the only part of her body that had been blown away. However, he was also badly mutilated. He fell to the ground and endured the pain. The 7 students from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard had all suffered different degrees of injuries. One of them had even died in battle. The originally overwhelming situation had turned into such a miserable state. I didn't expect someone to recognize this envoy's ultimate technique. However, so what? Ha ha ha. That voice rang out again. Lei Feng, an old, angry roar suddenly rang out, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. An intense white light instantly filled every corner of the cave. All the corroding, poisonous blood evaporated in an instant. An old, sloppy figure appeared. It was Elder Xian. He raised his right hand and made a pulling motion towards the cave in front of him. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force was emitted from his palm. A figure was instantly pulled out of the cave. It was pulled straight in his direction. The figure that was pulled out of the cave by Elder Xian was completely covered in a black robe. His figure was very thin, but his appearance couldn't be seen. Only 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul ring could be seen shining on his body. He was a 6-ringed soul emperor. After being grabbed by Elder Xian, he immediately screamed in fear. He struggled with all his might. He was about to be pulled in front of Elder Xian. At this moment, Yao Haoshuan, who had half of his body blown up and was already dead, expanded once again. Elder Xian, be careful behind you, Hui Yuhao shouted. Elder Xian suddenly raised his hands. A ball of condensed white light instantly enveloped Yao Haoshuan's corpse. At the same time, he flicked his fingers. That six-ringed Soul Emperor felt as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. However, a strange scene occurred at this moment. His fifth purple soul ring suddenly lit up, and his entire body turned into a wisp of smoke. He didn't immediately run away. Instead, he pounced towards Hui Yuhao like lightning. He didn't give Hui Yuhao any time to react. Following this, Hui Yuhao felt his surroundings spin. He heard Elder Xian's angry roar. There was nothing beneath his feet, and he instantly sank. An intense explosion sounded. Yao Haoshuan's body exploded. Not even his bones were left. However, Elder Xian had completely controlled his body's explosion. It was also because of this that Elder Xian was slightly slower in rescuing Hui Yuhao. His hand only managed to grab onto the stone slab that had been flipped up again. Hui Yuhao and the evil soul master had already disappeared into thin air. Asterisk, asterisk. Elder Xian roared. He was clearly enraged. He suddenly punched the ground, and the stone slab that had been flipped up was instantly smashed to pieces. However, he didn't dare to release too much soul power. He was afraid that he would harm Hui Yuhao. This delay allowed a series of intense explosions to occur in the tunnel below. The tunnel started to collapse violently. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The true leader of this cruel hand of death was that Soul Emperor. Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Bei Bei finally reacted. However, Hui Yuhao had already disappeared. When they thought of the exploding corpses, everyone felt their minds go blank. Elder Xian suddenly waved his sleeves and swept everyone away. Wang Yin, hurry up and save him. I'll go save Hui Yuhao. As he spoke, Elder Xian released his martial soul in front of the students for the first time. Elder Xian's back suddenly arched. His tattered clothes, which were covered in oil, instantly burst open. The muscles on his back expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had at least doubled in size. The strangest thing was that a long, spiral-shaped horn had grown out from both sides of his head. The moment he released his martial soul, the air in the entire cave seemed to freeze. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The perfect combination of 9 soul rings shone with a dazzling brilliance as they instantly rose up. Elder Xian's messy hair had completely turned a brownish yellow. He suddenly turned his head to look at the remaining bandits. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura surged out like a stormy sea. In an instant, another series of explosions occurred. However, this time, it wasn't a corpse explosion. It was a human explosion. Elder Xian's right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. In an instant, an enormous, deep pit was brazenly blasted open. Elder Xian's majestic body bent down. His large, fan-like hands dug at an astonishing speed. In the time it took to breathe, his entire body had sunk into the ground and disappeared. Somewhere else, the envoy of the death god had already brought Hui Yuhao out of the tunnel. The air suddenly became fresh and clean, immediately refreshing Hui Yuhao's spirit. However, at the entrance of the tunnel, there were 12 figures quietly standing there. Seeing the envoy of the death god emerge from the tunnel, the 12 people who didn't even seem to be breathing immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted the envoy of the death god. The envoy of the death god threw Hui Yuhao to the side and said to the 12 people, "Rise, my corpse slaves. Stay behind and cover the retreat for me. We've run into big trouble this time. That guy's aura, I'm afraid he's a titled Doloa. However, humph, in another 10 years, even a titled Doloa can only bow his head in front of me. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. You sure talk big." Hui Yuhao's weak voice sounded. He propped himself up with both hands on the ground. "Eh, you stinking brat, you're still awake?" The envoy of the death god was very shocked. Yuhao was about 12 years old. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already fainted. However, Yuhao was actually still awake. This caused him to be extremely shocked. It's even better that you're awake. I can use you to threaten that title de law. However, before that, speak. How did you know about my corpse explosion technique? The envoy of the death god instantly grabbed Yuhao's neck and lifted him high into the air. Yuhao didn't struggle. He just coldly looked at the envoy of the death god. Not going to speak? You know what? I love to see living people explode in front of me the most. That's simply the most beautiful moment of art in the world. I'll let you have a taste. In an instant, an unknown force entered Yuhao's body. An aura of death instantly spread throughout his entire body. Yuhao raised his head and roared. His body also began to slowly expand. Boom! In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his head again. This time, the pain was even more painful. Yuhao suddenly hugged his head. The envoy of the death god threw him to the ground. Looking at Yuhao's pained appearance, he was simply overjoyed. He laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. Is it painful? Is it hopeless? This is the power of the death god. Obediently throw yourself into the embrace of the death god. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, 9 pitch-black chains suddenly appeared on Yuhao's body. Each chain had a strange pattern on it. The envoy of the death god suddenly took a step back. He stared at the 9 chains in disbelief. What the hell is this? He didn't know why, but these 9 chains actually made him feel a sense of dread. At this moment, the second chain on Yuhao's body suddenly cracked. Yuhao directly grabbed the second chain with both hands. Using all the strength in his body, he forcefully pinched it. Break for me! A painful voice resounded through the sky. Crack! It broke. But then boom! It exploded. Smoke and dust rose. The envoy of the death god stared at the smoke and dust. Is he dead? It's best if he's dead. That feeling of dread just now. I can't. I have to leave quickly. If that titled battle pet warrior dog catches up to me, I'll be in trouble. He was about to escape when a voice suddenly rang out. You're now in trouble. It was the voice of a youth. The envoy of the death god instantly trembled all over. He slowly turned around. The smoke and dust had already dispersed, but there was a figure standing there. It was a 12-year-old youth with a handsome face that would make any girl jealous. His only flaw was that he didn't have any expression, giving off a lifeless appearance. His long gray hair fluttered in the wind. Wearing the gray Shrek's uniform, his emotionless gray eyes made the envoy of the death god tremble again. At this moment, 3 gray soul rings filled with the aura of death suddenly appeared around the youth. The envoy of the death god suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death pouncing on him. Run! That was the first thing that came to his mind. He turned around and ran without hesitation. However, 4 black chains suddenly appeared around him and firmly bound him, making him unable to move. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm the envoy of the death god. If you kill me, the death god won't let you off. The envoy of the death god struggled and roared. He hurriedly controlled the 12 corpse slaves and pounced on the youth. A gray flame instantly appeared in the youth's left hand, and he waved it lightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the 12 corpse slaves were completely incinerated. This is impossible. The envoy of the death god looked at the youth in horror. How could he be so strong? Wasn't this youth Yuhao? Death god? Are you talking about your holy ghost religion supreme sex death god Doloa? Yishi Shui? She's not worthy of being called the death god. You're just an ant from the holy ghost religion, and you're not worthy of being called the death god's envoy. Yuhao snorted coldly. Who exactly are you? You're also an evil soul master? You must be, with such a terrifying martial soul. Could you be the holy son that the death god mentioned? Holy son, I've offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please grant me death. The trapped envoy of the death god immediately turned hostile. His eyes were filled with excitement and self-blame. Oomph. Since you're so eager to die, then go ahead and die. You're a pervert who doesn't fear death. You can't be the death god's envoy. Yuhao waved his right hand, and the chains disappeared. However, a bunch of white skeletal hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed onto the envoy of the death god's right leg, right hand, left hand, and head. Instantly, they began to pull outwards. Skeleton chariot rend. Yuhao's indifferent voice sounded. Ah! The envoy of the death god cried out in pain. Ah! This is the power of the Holy Sun. Too strong. The Holy Sun's powers are boundless. We welcome the arrival of the Holy Sun. To be able to personally witness the arrival of the Holy Sun and the power of the Holy Sun, I can die without regrets. My sect will definitely rise. Holy Sun, the death god, and the rest will definitely come back to bring you back. Long live the Holy Sun. The Holy Spirit will never be extinguished. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Cha. Blood splattered everywhere. The envoy of the death god's 4 limbs and head were forcefully torn off just like that. Yuhao looked indifferently at the scattered limbs and head on the ground, as well as the bloodstains. A corpse wizard who doesn't fear death and can't even grasp the mysteries of the soul. You don't even have the qualifications to become a lich. No. You don't even have the qualifications to become a corpse wizard. You're destined to play with fire and burn yourself. Yuhao spoke indifferently. Following that, a black book suddenly appeared in front of Yuhao and opened instantly. Following that, a shocking scene appeared. The transparent envoy of the death god suddenly appeared. What's going on? He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He was clearly dead. This is the Holy Sun's divine might. It actually allowed my soul to reunite. His heart was filled with shock. Slowly repent in the book of life and death. When you realize your mistake, go and reincarnate. In your next life, be a good person. Yuhao took out a pitch-black brush and wrote the envoy of the death god's name on the book. In an instant, the envoy of the death god transformed into a ray of white light and entered the book. Following that, the book slowly closed. On the cover of the book were 3 words: Life and Death Typhon. The book and brush disappeared. Yuhao looked at the corpse on the ground. The gray flames from before ignited once again and gradually burned the corpse clean. How long has it been since I used necromancy magic? It actually feels a little unfamiliar. I can still remember some things. I can almost remember everything from this era. Yuhao opened his mouth and looked behind him. Elder Xian is here. In an instant, the deathly aura around Yuhao's body disappeared. Everything gray returned to its original state. Yuhao directly fell to the ground. Boom. A violent explosion sounded at the entrance of the tunnel. Following that, a figure soared into the sky and brazenly landed. It was Elder Xian's majestic body. Elder Xian saw that there was no one around except for Yuhao lying there. His figure flashed, and Elder Xian arrived beside Yuhao. He didn't know what had happened because there weren't any traces of battle here. There wasn't even a trace of blood. What had happened? He carefully picked up Yuhao and slowly poured his soul power into Yuhao's body. He quickly discovered that Yuhao's coma wasn't due to physical injuries. It was just that his spirit was slightly overdrawn. Even his soul power wasn't greatly exhausted. Elder Xian was anxious to know the whereabouts of the envoy of the death god. He took out a small white jade bottle and shook it under Yuhao's nose. Achoo! Yuhao suddenly sneezed and woke up. A spicy smell gradually cleared his mind. However, he still felt that his head was very heavy and dizzy. Even his spirit eyes couldn't see clearly. Yuhao, what happened? Where's that despicable evil soul master? Elder Xian asked anxiously. Elder Xian, where am I? Wasn't I captured by that evil soul master? Yuhao looked around and said blankly. Elder Xian was stunned. It's fine. Fortunately, you're fine. Let's go. I'll bring you back. Oh. Chapter 44. Shrek, a meeting in the Poseidon Pavilion. Elder Moo, what should we do about this year's Final Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul dueling tournament? There are only a dozen or so disciples in the inner courtyard. Only 2 of them are of suitable age, but their abilities are a little lacking. Do you want to send the Soul Tool Department member who was eliminated last time along with these 2? No, we don't need to reinforce them. Just let those kids do as they please. Ah, the elders couldn't help but be shocked. One of them couldn't help but say, Elder Moo, this concerns the Academy's honor. Elder Moo smiled faintly and said, Yes, honor. Don't you think that we've been kidnapped by this honor all these years? Losing isn't scary, but being complacent is. Some people already think that the Martial Soul Department is invincible. It's time to sound the alarm. In the past 30 years, soul tools have been developing at a rapid pace. But how is our soul tool department? It's still lacking compared to the Sun Moon Empire. The times are changing, and our thinking has to change as well. Even if we send reinforcements, will they do better than those kids? Although our official team members can't participate, don't forget that the preparatory team is the strongest in the Academy's history. Since the heavens have decided to let them train in advance, why don't we fulfill their wishes? I believe in those kids. What about you? Yes, we understand. It's still too early to talk about failure. Even if we fail, if we can use this failure to train those 7 kids in the preparatory team and let them become the perfect generation for our Shrek Academy, then this failure will be worth it. Let them do as they please. Lin after the tournament ends, send a letter to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy in the name of the Soul Tool Department and apply for an exchange. Send our Soul Tool Department students to them for an exchange. Yes. Tanya was in a daze as she looked out of the window. Her face was a little pale. She slowly stood up and clenched her small fists. I want to be strong. I want to give my all for the Tang men. I'm sorry, Father, Mother. I'm afraid you will have to. Xingluo City. Sun Moon Conference Room. 2 old men sat at the head of the table. A total of 14 students sat on either side of the table. The students on the left were obviously older, while the ones on the right were younger. Evidently, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy had sent an official team and a reserve team to prepare for 5 years later. The old man on the left side of the seat of honor had a straight nose and a square mouth. He had a dignified appearance, and his face was red as dates. His broad shoulders gave people a very solid feeling as he sat there. He said in a deep voice, according to our observations, only 10 people came from Shrek Academy this time. Moreover, only 3 of them looked to be under 20 years old. The others were slightly older. We've used our people who infiltrated the Sionra Empire and have received accurate information. When they signed up, only 3 of them were 19 years old. The other 7 were all under 15 years old. In other words, this time, Shrek Academy didn't even send 7 official members to participate in the competition. Only 2 out of the 7 members of the reserve team from the previous tournament had come. It was also the first time the 19-year-old female student had appeared. Do you know what this means? He slammed the table and stood up. It means they're looking down on us. They're looking down on us. They think they can defeat us with just 1 reserve team. This is a slap in the face. Do you know that? This is the most direct slap in the face. According to the tournament's rules, the registration ends today. They're going to rely on this lineup to compete with us. Marulong, present. A male student sitting at the head of the official team suddenly stood up. If we lose to Shrek Academy's lineup in this tournament, you'll be kicked out of the illustrious Virtue Hall. Yes. Marulong's reply was still 1 word, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Elder Ma, don't be anxious. I don't think things are that simple. The captain of the reserve team, who wasn't even 15 years old, sat opposite Marulong. He was a delicate youth with a pair of bright blue eyes and a slender figure. His hands, which rested on the table, were extremely white and slender. Even a girl wouldn't have such a jade-like luster. His skin was only slightly weaker than Yuhao's. He seemed to care a lot about his hands. Even when he was talking to Elder Ma, he kept looking at his hands, as if he was admiring the world's most exquisite artwork. Elder Ma frowned and looked at him. What do you mean by not that simple? The delicate youth continued to look at his fingers. Shrek Academy isn't stupid. Don't they know that the 3 people they sent are definitely not our match? I have a lot of confidence in Brother Rulong. I think they might have met with an accident. Didn't Shrek Academy place a lot of importance on us? Why would they be so careless? That would be for the best. Xiao Hongchun, you'd better focus on the students under 15 from Shrek Academy. They'll be your opponents in the next tournament. The delicate youth, Xiao Hongchun, finally raised his head and smiled. The person who can be my opponent hasn't been born yet. My only opponent is myself. The tournament was held below the Imperial City. This way, the Emperor of Xingluo and the others could see everything clearly from the Imperial City. The Emperor of Xingluo said to the beautiful woman beside him, "Empress, I've waited 20 years for this grand event. I really miss the days when I was young. It's a pity that the imperial family has too many rules. Otherwise, I'd really like to participate." The Empress smiled and said, "The Emperor always has the heart of a martial artist." The Emperor of Xingluo smiled. "Look, the participating students have already entered the venue. However, they can't use the resting area today. Only the victors of the knockout round have the right to enter the resting area." It said that only 10 people came from Shrek Academy this time. Many of the participants are very young. The leader of the team is Dai Hao's eldest son. I originally wanted to bring Dai Hao back to watch the tournament. After all, it's only our country's turn once every 20 years. However, after thinking about it, I decided against it. The Sun Moon Empire is becoming more and more restless. I'm more at ease with him guarding the western border. According to the rules of the Continental Advanced Academy Soul Dueling Tournament, the first round will be a knockout round. There are a total of 133 Advanced Soul Master and Soul Engineering Academies that have signed up for this tournament. After drawing lots, one academy will have a bye in the first round. There will be a total of 66 matches. The first round will be a knockout round. The loser's journey in the tournament will be terminated. Next, the first match will begin. The 2 teams will be the Tianling Advanced Soul Academy from the Fighting Emperor Ling Empire and the #1 academy on the continent, the Shrek Academy, who has won almost all the championships in the past 1,000 years. With this announcement, the atmosphere in Xingluo Plaza reached its peak. Shrek! 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 Cheers for Shrek Academy could be heard in every corner of the plaza. "Teacher Wang Yin, I want to fight the 7 of them by myself," Yuhao said to Wang Yin. This? Wang Yin looked at Yuhao in disbelief. Everyone looked at Yuhao in disbelief. "How confident are you?" Wang Yin asked. He knew that Yuhao would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. 100%. Yuhao smiled and prepared to go on stage with Bei Bei, Tang Dong, and the others. "Remember to be merciful." Wang Yin's voice rang out. Yuhao made an okay gesture with his pen. The 7 people from both teams gathered at a corner of the stage and looked at each other from afar. When the students from the Tianling Advanced Soul Academy saw that Shrek Academy had actually sent out such a young lineup, they couldn't help but be stunned. Was this the Shrek Academy's preparatory team? However, this was the knockout round. Weren't they afraid? Everyone who was watching the battle had the same question, including all the participating academies. Even the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy was dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Hongchun even doubted his own judgment. This Shrek Academy was too daring. No matter how strong they were, they still sent out a team of students whose average age wasn't even 15 years old. There were even some who looked 12 years old. How could they win against an academy that was almost 20 years old? There was no chance of losing in the knockout round. Xingluo's emperor was also stunned. He said doubtfully, "What is Shrek Academy doing? Why didn't they send out their main force? Why isn't Dai Hao's son up?" A competition was a competition. No matter how many people were doubtful, this competition still had to continue. The referee sent out by the Xianra Empire was already in place. He gestured for both teams to come forward. The 7 students from both teams quickly gathered in the center of the stage. As they got closer, Shrek 7 could see the ugly expressions on their opponents' faces. History had already proven the result of facing Shrek Academy in the first round. The students from Tianling Advanced Soul Engineering Academy also discovered this. As they got closer, Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Zhao's ages attracted their attention. Furthermore, Bei Bei and the others were clearly younger. There is no doubt that this was a preparatory team. Furthermore, it was a preparatory team with an average age of 15 years old. Shrek Academy was indeed worthy of being called a monster academy. What were they trying to do? The referee said in a low voice, "The first round, knockout round, team battle. Both teams can use most soul tools in the competition. However, if one team concedes during the battle, the other team cannot continue to attack. Soul engineers couldn't use stationary soul tools or other equipment with high destructive power in battle. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the captains replied. Both teams got into formation. Their opponents were in a traditional 3-2 formation, while Shrek's team was in a fan formation. Yuhao stood at the very front. His beautiful and heroic appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Even Xiao Hongshun was greatly shocked by Yuhao's appearance. He believed that there was no one in the world more beautiful than him, but the current Yuhao gave him a kind of otherworldly beauty, as if he were a god from the 9 heavens looking down on all living things. This fan-shaped formation gave one the feeling that the other 6 were cheering for Yuhao, as if he was the only one who was going to fight. This was such an incomprehensible scene. After Shrek Academy sent out their preparatory team, they gave everyone a new shock. "Referee, we can start now," Yuhao said calmly to the referee. Yuhao's voice was very pleasant to the ears. It didn't sound like a boy's voice at all. Some people even guessed whether he was a boy or a girl. Only then did the referee come to his senses. His raised right hand dropped down as he shouted, "Let the match begin." The Tianling team had already released their martial souls and soul rings. Among the 7 people, 5 had 4 rings, and only 2 had 3 rings. However, everyone was extremely shocked. This was because Shrek's team didn't release their martial souls or soul rings. Only Yuhao slowly walked towards the Tianling team. What the hell was going on? Everyone was in disbelief. Why was he the only one going forward? In the next moment, Yuhao used his actions to explain why. An indescribably terrifying aura appeared on the competition stage just like that. 6 blood-red lights illuminated the entire competition stage in an instant. An aura that was filled with coldness, cruelty, slaughter, madness, and other terrifying auras suddenly erupted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. A total of 6 blood-red soul rings appeared around Yuhao's body. Yuhao didn't give off the same godlike feeling as before. Right now, Yuhao was like a demon that had slaughtered his way out of hell. What did red signify? It signified the pinnacle of soul rings. It signified terrifying strength. It signified 100,000-year soul ring. 600,000-year soul rings appearing on one person's body at the same time. This was a level that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Cries of alarm rang out from the hundreds of thousands of people like a stormy sea. The deafening feeling was simply too intense. Even the emperor and empress of the Xianra Empire, as well as the civil and military officials, all stood up in shock. The first thought that appeared in everyone's mind was that it was impossible. It was impossible for someone to have so many 100,000-year soul rings, let alone such a young child. However, the aura of a 100,000-year soul ring was so terrifying and real. Furthermore, in many people's hearts, the Shrek Academy was already in existence that had become a legend. When the Heavenly Spirit Academy sighed, sensed the terrifying aura, almost everyone quickly retreated. They all gathered together. Oomph. Pitiful ants. This is the difference between you and me. Yuhao's ethereal voice rang out. Everyone felt the surrounding temperature plummet, and the ground began to freeze. The Heavenly Spirit Academy sighed, trembled uncontrollably. Become an ice sculpture. What Yuhao stretched out his left hand and waved it lightly. In the blink of an eye, ka. The 6 people on the other side were collectively frozen into ice sculptures. Under the sun's rays, they flickered like the world's most beautiful works of art. The last thing they saw was Yuhao's disdainful gaze, silence. Complete silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone looked at the ice sculptures in disbelief. They won just like that. Instant kill. It was a pure instant kill. Right now, Yuhao's 6 red soul rings had disappeared, and the terrifying aura had disappeared. Yuhao had returned to his original aura, an aura that transcended the mortal world. If they hadn't seen him in action with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to link the current him with the previous him. Yuhao glanced at the referee indifferently. It's over. The referee only reacted now. On the other side, the Heavenly Spirit Academy students and teachers hurriedly carried the 7 ice sculptures off the stage. There were hundreds of thousands of spectators, including the Sionra Empire's royal family, civil and military officials, as well as more than 100 high-ranked soul masters and soul engineering academies. But at this moment, there was absolute silence in Xingluo Plaza. The people who were doubtful about the Shrek Academy's preparatory team all stared wide-eyed at the peerless heroic figure on the stage. They couldn't even breathe and had difficulty swallowing. It was unknown how many people were shouting impossible in their hearts when they saw the 600,000-year soul rings. However, at this moment, this impossible was filled with hesitation, shock, fear, and hysterical excitement. Shrek. This was Shrek. The continent's #1, the unrivaled Shrek. Yuhao slowly turned around and faced the crowd in Xingluo Plaza in the south. He shouted in a deep voice, "Remember, I'm from Shrek Academy. I'm from Tangmen." After that, he led the crowd away from the stage. He didn't even wait for the referee to announce the results of the match. His pride shocked the entire audience once again. He was from Shrek. He was from Tangmen. Bei, who was following behind Yuhao, was the one who was most affected at this moment. He resisted the tears in his eyes and thought to himself, "Xiaoya, how good would it be if you were here today to witness this scene?" Yes, we're not only from Shrek, but also from Tangmen. Wang Yin took the initiative to welcome Yuhao. When he walked in front of him, the two exchanged glances. Wang Yin seemed to blame him. "Didn't I tell you to be merciful?" Yuhao said indifferently. "I've already been merciful. Otherwise, they would have already been turned into a pile of ice dregs." He didn't stop as he spoke, and directly left without looking back. Wang Yin looked at Yuhao's departing figure. "Aren't you going to stay and watch the match? It's not interesting at all. I originally thought that there would be an opponent that would make me excited, but it's really disappointing." Yuhao's voice rang out. Their conversation was very loud, and everyone could hear it. When he passed by the various teams, his gaze swept over them, but no one dared to look him in the eye. At this moment, Yuhao was like a king inspecting his subjects. The other members of Shrek Academy followed behind him. After the first match, they actually left just like that. They didn't even greet the imperial family of the Sionra Empire. "Who's that kid? Why haven't I heard of his name before? Go and investigate his name. Investigate at all costs." The Emperor of Xingluo watched Yuhao leave with an emotional look on his face. Because the Shrek Academy left immediately after the match ended, the entire tournament was interrupted for several minutes. Their departure also took away the attention of the spectators. Fanaticism gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. Yes, this was Shrek, the #1 academy in the world that was like a god in their hearts. This was Shrek Academy's strength. 100,000-year soul ring. That youth who looked like he was only 12 years old was actually the true leader of Shrek Academy's team. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy's team members were the most shocked. At this moment, their expressions were frighteningly ugly. Even Xiao Hongchun, who was originally very proud, had an ashen look on his face. He clenched his fists tightly. A voice kept echoing in his heart. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can there be someone more talented than me in this world? No, definitely not. He's a fake. He must be a fake. He must be a fake. Grand Imperial Star Hotel. The moment Yuhao walked into the room, he almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tang Dong supported him in time. It's indeed very exhausting to freeze the entire arena, Yuhao said weakly. You've already done your best. You've done very well, Wang Yin praised. It's all right. Quickly recover, Tang Dong and the others said. Okay. Yuhao and the others arranged a strategy with Wang Yin. They did their best to prevent Yuhao from making a move. This way, they could give the others some psychological effect. The meeting was adjourned. Yuhao and Tang Dong walked toward his room and prepared to cultivate together. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked towards the other end of the corridor. He saw a handsome young man, who looked to be 14 or 15 years old, standing at the other end of the corridor. He was looking at him with a serious gaze. Xiao Hongchun. Yuhao missed Yuhao a little. Yuhao had once regarded him as his strongest opponent. Xiao Hongchun slowly walked in front of Yuhao. Are you Yuhao? Remember my name. I'm Xiao Hongchun. I'll definitely defeat you. I want everyone to see that I'm stronger than you. Xiao Hongchun raised his right thumb towards Yuhao and turned it down. Tang Dong immediately lost his patience. Just as he was about to attack, Yuhao suddenly pulled him back. He smiled at Xiao Hongchun and said, Why is a three-legged toad over level 50 acting so arrogant in front of me? How disgusting. After that, he ignored Xiao Hongchun and left with Tang Dong. Xiao Hongchun was left behind in a daze. He was in disbelief as he turned around to look at Yuhao's back. He just in Yuhao's room. Why did you stop me? You should have beaten him up. He's a Soul King. If you want to beat him up, go beat him up yourself. Soul King? A 15-year-old Soul King? All right, let's hurry up and cultivate. If we don't use our martial soul fusion skills, it'll be difficult for us to win against that person alone. Let's hurry up and cultivate. In the following day, Su Sancher demonstrated what a **** was in the individual elimination round. He won 3 rounds in a row. In the 3rd round, he even made a bet with the team leader. Whoever won would forfeit. Everyone saw Sora, Aoi, and Vicious, and they saw these 2 figures on the same person. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy's resting area was silent. When they saw that Su Sancher, who represented the Shrek Academy, only had 4 soul rings, they didn't think much of it. However, when the final result appeared in front of them, their mood took another blow. Xiao Hongchun furrowed his brows. No one knew what he was thinking about. A young girl who resembled him whispered to him, Brother, what are you thinking about? If we were in his place, we should be able to do it too. Xiao Hongchun shook his head and said, It's hard to say. We're soul engineers and soul masters. Our soul power is constantly being depleted during a fight. In the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament, there's no rest time for the individual matches. Do you dare to say that you can last until the 7th round if you continue to deplete your soul power? The young girl was a little unconvinced, but he didn't last until the 7th round. He only needed 3 rounds to finish it. Xiao Hongchun said, but he still finished it. Did you see the footwork he used at the end? The young girl was stunned. It was too sudden. I didn't notice it. Xiao Hongchun sighed and said, but I didn't see it clearly either. Although he didn't dodge all of my attacks, I felt an indescribable sense of danger when he used that footwork. More importantly, he had only used 2 of his soul skills in the 3 fights, his 2nd and 4th soul skills. He hadn't even used his other 2 soul skills at all. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he didn't do anything, but he still won in the end. Great skills appear to be clumsy. This is the highest level of a defense-type soul master. He'll be a strong opponent in 5 years. The young girl pouted. She was clearly still a little unconvinced. Xiao Hongchun sighed again. Shrek is Shrek. My confidence has taken a hit from the 1st round to the 2nd. The young girl giggled. Don't give me that. You'll take a hit? Your confidence has never wavered. No matter who your opponent is, you only have one belief in your heart, and that is to win. Xiao Hongchan chuckled. All right, you're right. My fighting spirit is really high right now. It's just that I don't know how strong my opponent was in the first round. I really want to fight him. The young girl snorted and said, Why? Have you fallen in love with him? Get lost. I interacted with him yesterday. He's a guy, but most importantly, Xiao Hongshan furrowed his brow. He actually saw through my abilities and martial soul. What? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.